Alright, what was my plan last time? I wanted to go buy some more summons. Now, it was all good bank stuff. If it goes well, I'll let y'all know how it went at some point. If it doesn't, I won't tell you any of you all how it went. But where the butt's at? The second slot in the party, I think. Yeah, there were good tacos. How you doing, Steven? There we go. Got that fixed. Was also just looking at the last message that was sent. Got pretty fly for a rabbi stuck in my head, since pretty fly for a dead fly is very mimetically close. But that was last night, so. Second slut in the party. Oh, Desi. So yeah, the title for this is because I was going to say Crystal Tower or Bust, except I ended up making it Crystal Tower of Bust. And so we ended up fixing the typo. It just had to be. It just had to be. Seeing 3 butts and a 4th in the mirror. It's like the Michael Jackson song, The Butt in the Mirror. Okay, raging against the dying of your provider. I presume you mean internet provider and not some sort of video game thing. But I'm doing good. Banking went well, so that's done with. At least as far as I can do anything with the banking. But until tomorrow, at least. But it does look good. It took a long time because the particular banking transaction I need to do is something that the banker, the cashier, trainee, I don't know. The gal there had never actually done before, and so it took a little bit of doing. Just realized what you said. Internet provider. Yeah, I assumed you meant provider, internet provider, but like, you play weird video... You're playing some sort of online video game with other people. That could mean something else. I don't know. I want to go to the place where they sell all of the good spells. But yeah, successful banking. It took a lot longer than expected, but I think I double-checked and triple-checked everything. It should work out okay. Almost the end of this? Yeah, I'm still a little bit worried about what the end of this entails, because I remember when this was requested that both Desi and Max were a bit cagey about it. The length of the final dungeon. So I'm a little bit worried still, but we'll find out at the end. How you doing, Evil Ghost? Excited to see how I approach the ending. Well, I kind of feel like I should at least get my character some useful lower level spells, since I have so many more spell slots now. So I want to go find the village that has all the cool magics, which I think is in the area... Well, it's nowhere near where I am right now. With the pushback wind. Definitely good to make use of those spells. Tell you misunderstood against your dying. Bridge against the dying of your caretaker, like an action person. Oh, no, I did not. I didn't think for that for a second. There were only 2 likely interpretations in my book. One was, it's a weird video game thing. 2, it's internet service provider. And I am definitely constantly raging against Comcast, pretty much. I went and actually fixed my coalescing code, but it's caused a problem because I opened one of my VODs in KDen Live and it messed up my timestamps, and so now my auto cutter is angry at me for some reason. So I need to figure out what the hell's up with that and fix it. But doing good. Played Persona 3 from midnight till 9 a.m. It's kind of a trip. Last time I did that was in high school. Oh yeah, like 9-hour gaming sessions are hard on the body. Especially, even if you're not streaming them. Okay, I'm just kind of lost here. I need to use the map. You are the wrong character to map. Like, I'm trying to find the other... It's not that one. The other big continent. Like, there's 2 possibilities here for me. I think there might be a second way to get into the village that sells all the good magic, but I'm not exactly sure. Vaguely tempted to pull up an actual map because I've spent so much time crossing the friggin' ocean at this point. But I hope Persona 3 was fun. Have I actually found, like, the one band that's just ocean? I may have. Making good use of sight. It's over there. Alright, so I found it, but then I walked away from it. Brilliant. There it is. Okay, so the village I'm looking at, like I want to get to, I think is over here-ish. Yeah, it's right there. Let's see if we can get to it. I don't think we can get to this village using this particular airship. Unless there's a shorter path to the north. Let's use sight to check. But I think this is a submarine-only type of place. Yeah, that sure as hell looks submarine-only. Memories of childhood. Hold left, wait 2 minutes, tap up, repeat. It does eventually get you there, sometimes. How you doing, Perry, man? Okay, so we can't do that. I have to go find my airship. Where did I leave my airship? I left it near the cave, which is on the other continent. This game gives you so many airships, and they have such different capacities. It's really annoying. I've accomplished literally nothing in the last 7 minutes. Let's see, other than banking, I got ahead on YouTube stuff. I've got like 16 QLDC videos ready to go, which is nice. I think... Is this the continent I want? I'm not sure this is. Same. Find when you do that, you always manage to miss what you're looking for. Yep. This is the right area, though. I think if I go over... No, maybe it's not the right area. Oh no, I'm on the wrong continent again. I need to be on the other continent. Where are the QLDC videos going? They're going on my YouTube. If you type !YouTube, it'll give you a link. So I have all of those available. I upload like 1 video to YouTube a day, and I've done so, I think, consistently for a year now. If not, like, today, pretty recently. So, like, I was doing this consistently since, like, late March last year. I don't know when. I had a bit of a gap because I was on a train, and editing WLDC videos on a train was a complete pain in the ass. Using my tethered iPhone internet. I'll probably use sight again. I'm like, just missing the continent I need to find. This is still the wrong continent. I'm gonna go south from this continent. I think that's the key to it. They are being shipped in USB sticks to the top men for investigation. Oh, never underestimate the bandwidth of a bunch of interns with hard drives in their backpacks. Rather than Dragon Warrior 2, where 70% of the map is water, and you only get a boat that moves at the speed of your walking with random encounters on the map. Oh, that's awful. Have you subbed and belled and the algorithm hasn't realized you watch stuff yet? That's kind of... come on, YouTube. Do better. I had a paper mat for that. That's actually pretty awesome. Can play the unofficial theme song. I think this is the continent I'm looking for. I just have to come lower here to get into it. Unless... No? No, this isn't the continent I'm looking for. Water and water and water and water. Once you watch a video or two, it'll catch on. I don't know. I feel like YouTube is pretty reticent to update its priors sometimes. Unless you watch something that has to do with VTubers, in which case, dear Lord, you will be assaulted by VTubers for the rest of your life. If you ever look up HoloLive, you're stuck from now on. It's just how it's going to be. I found the right place. Didn't find the right path. I think I want to go in here? Yeah, this feels right. There's my other better airship. Complete pain that was. Other than that, doing some schematic and layout. Oh, you like working on, like, a PCB or something? Oh, nice. Hope it's something cool. I'm curious. If you can tell me what it is, I'm curious. If you can't, that's also cool. I've occasionally... Oh, dear lord. I forgot how fast this thing is. Occasionally thought it'd be kind of cool to go back and do some actual hardware work, but it's been too long. I am not good at it. I was never good at it. I can FPGA with the best of them, but don't make me... Absolutely don't make me have to actually figure out how to lay things out. Put in resistors and all that. Can't really is pretty simple. Alright, fair enough. I have zero problems with that. Hope it works out well for you. Is it down here? Alright, here's the part where we get some random encounters. But we've been at this for a bit. Wait a second. Am I in the right place? Need to call and help with this op-amp? Oh my. I have not thought about op-amps in a long time. Op-amps are kind of like a Swiss Army knife when it comes to analog stuff. They can almost do anything. But dear lord, figuring out how to make them do it is tricky. At the point where it's just putting things in and wiring up to make the board fit so it's a Tetris meets Jigsaw puzzle, yeah, that happens a lot with that kind of project. Gotta make sure it all fits into the space provided, allotted, what have you. Okay. We made it to the village. We made it out of the village. We made it to the village. Alright, we need to talk to the guy who sells summons. And white magic. So I want another Cure 2. There's no doubt in my mind that I want Cure 2, Cure 1. Like, I want to have a second copy of all the Cures. Okay, then I want 2 of each of these. Just seems like an efficient use of spell slots, because multicasting seems valuable to me. Because targeting is a pain. I want another Cure 3. I think I want another life. I think having another life couldn't hurt. Aside, it's paid, not hobby. Want to make badges eventually? Oh, like the DEF CON ones? Oh, those are fun. Really cool stuff, those. Alright, another Cure 3, another Haste. I feel like I'm going to have both of my mages kind of converge in their spell loadout eventually. But for the time being, I'm just happy to have, like, actual good stuff on them. So now we're going to do a lot of menuing after this. These are all crap and I don't need them. DC 30 had really cool music badge. Oh, yeah. I still have my DEF CON badges for a couple of the years I went. Oh, another copy of Quake cannot hurt. Cure 4. Oh, I can't care anymore. How long have I been not... This... How embarrassing. Alright, well... We're gonna need to play around a bit here. How am I gonna play this? So first off... Alright, let's look at my spell loadouts before I do anything too drastic here. Alright, so we have Bahamut, but we don't have access to the other lower level ones. That's fine. I want to swap some stuff out there. I have Odin, Leviathan, Bahamut on him. That's good too. Don't care too much about that. And don't care too much about that. Alright. So let's go and put some of the unwanted spells on one of the 2 butts so we have a spell slot to work with. Holy I found to be completely and utterly unfortunate. Ditto for Meteo. Odin and Leviathan I definitely want to get on somebody. So now we can mess around with things a bit more. So Bart's is going to need... Or not Bart's. Let's fill some... Create some slots for Wiener to fill. I want to ditch Sleep. I want to ditch... it's hard to do this, but I think Ice is going to be the least valuable at that level. And I think I can slot in Cure and Cure 2 now. Well, at least Cure 2. I think life is still important. Can I slot in? You could take Chocobo. That's where I was going to put Cure. Chocobo's probably not worthwhile, but I kind of want it anyway. Okay, well that kind of helped. I have 1 slot to play with now. I want to get Cure 3. Which slot is Cure 3 in? 3 is in level 5, so we gotta ditch something to level 5 if I want to put something in there. I feel like I've never got any benefit out of Kill or Erase. Let's get rid of Erase. And put Cure in there. Did I buy 2 Cure 3s? Eh, whatever. Problem solved. Alright, cool. It's got Cure 3. I realized what I was saying after saying it, and I stand by it. 31 has a physical badge, though not electronic. Curious to see what they come up with. Like, the one year they didn't have electronic badge, I went. It was the one they had, like, these, I don't know, I feel like they were, like, computer-cut steel things, or aluminum things that were kind of weathered and looked funny. I found them very pokey. I think I had, like, a scab on my sternum where it kept poking me for a while. I was not happy about that. I'm gonna ditch Kill and Shade. Ditch Kill. And hopefully fill that with a Titan? It's gonna put life on one of these guys and kill on one of these guys and erase on one of these guys. I just need to free space. I don't really care too much about what they have. I just need space to work. Okay. Shade can go... Keep the level 3. Venom's been surprisingly useful. I'm going to get rid of Blind, though. And so we'll go from there. We'll put on Ifrit. And Shiva. Cool. What level's Rama on? No, it's probably on level 2. I guess if I ditch Bolt 2 and put on Rama, that's probably decent. Eh? I feel confident. I feel comfortable with that, actually. Okay. Aside from not having Cure at level 1 here, I feel pretty comfortable with my choices here. I think I might ditch Ice again. Because I have access to Shiva in level 2 to get Cure in that slot. So let's do that really quick. By just taking Cure off one of my ninjas. No room to remove. Okay, I still have more space problems. When do you guys eat sleep? Alright, how about Ice 2? Good enough. Shade. Blind. Bolt. Alright, there we go. Now we can get Cure 2 off one, or Cure 1 off one of them. And that'll I think that actually takes care of all the loadout I want for Wiener. Right, I have to actually go and free up a slot for Wiener. Ice. I want Cure 3 on Wiener as well. Which level is Cure 3, or Cure 4 at? Looking at Wiener again is not going to help that. Sniffing out these places Wiener wants to it. No Cure 1. Yeah, I was getting there to Cure 1. Cure 4 is on level 7. Okay. So I need to clear out a spot on level 7. Drain. Goodbye, Drain. I've used it all of once and I found it unsatisfying. I need to buy a Cure 4. Which, I might have to go back somewhere else to buy that. Did I buy Cure 4 at the... This guy has to sell Cure 4. Thank God he sells Cure 4. I really didn't want to have to go all the way down to the bottom of the other dungeon. Okay, I'm pretty happy with the loadout I have for Wiener at this point. Like, worst comes to worst, gotta burn a high-level spell slot to get Life 2. Maybe Life 1 is worth getting in there, maybe Haste. I don't think having that many Hastes is valuable. I didn't want to put Cure on him, though. There we go. Now to consider our options for Barts. So, I think I'm going to keep Sight on for the time being, but I'm probably going to replace that with Chocobo later. Toad and Minnie, I don't know if I'm going to need either of those later. I probably can get rid of one. Exit, I think, is going to be superfluous for the future. Let's try that again. Like, basically, Exit wasn't working anyway, so there's no real reason to keep it around. That's an easy one to get rid of. I'm not using any of these spells. Goodbye, Mute. Never cast Safe. I can live with that. Wall is only useful for, like, one turn, so it's kind of hard to justify. I think I'm gonna ditch Arrow 2. Arrow 2 turns out to be less useful than I thought it would be. Did I free up a slot for that? No. Well, I freed up a slot somewhere. We'll figure this out soon enough. Titan. Ifrit. Mushiva. Go. Alright. We'll get rid of Sight and Mini or Toad. I guess I can always rejuggle these. It doesn't hurt much. Pure, I definitely want to keep. Then again, I guess I have a lot of money anyway. I should just spend it. Maybe I don't care so much about Pure. I probably don't care that much about Chocobo either, but you know. I did the equip Sight. Oh, I wanted to keep Sight. That was the problem. I couldn't choose between one or the other. And then I need slots for Leviathan and Odin. So those are the ones that are at levels 6 and 7. So yeah, like I said, I think Wall is pretty useless. I think Arrow 2 is worth getting rid of. Because, like, Arrow 2 is just... eh. When you have Odin. I think with that, and if I put Sight back, I'm happy with my, my spell loadout. We'll ditch Pure. We can always bring it back. And we probably will if we get poisoned a lot. Then I'm going to sell all of the remaining crap in my inventory that is spell-related. Gotta turn off your tunes. Give me Beat Boop. It's a good Beat Boop. It's a very good Beat Boop. Alright. Gonna keep Pure, get rid of Sleep, get rid of Exit. Goodbye. I'll keep Wall. I'm gonna keep Mini. Arrow... oh, I don't... Alright, get rid of this, get rid of that, get rid of that, and I'll put those on someone else. Just to free up inventory in case I need inventory space. Just have to remember I left him on somebody in the event that I come across like a fight that I think those are valuable in. Alright, and then that takes care of those affairs. Now let me look one more time just to be sure I'm happy with the magics. Sight, Chocobo, I've got the whole set there, all summons, all of the white magic I could possibly want, and Flare. I think that's pretty reasonable. Ditto, all of the summons, most of the black magic I care about, and Cure, Cure 2, Cure 3, Cure 4, and Life. With Bio for good measure, and Venom for good measure just in case. I'm happy with that. Yeah, I think I'm happy with that. Also, in case I just forgot to say it, how you doing, Wergoose? Been busy menuing for the last almost 10 minutes. So you'll excuse me if I'm a little bit scatterbrained. Do I have haste on both of them? I think I bought a second copy of haste. I do not have haste on both of them yet. But in the event that I feel that's important, I can equip it. I hope that there's at least a save point before we actually go to the ultimate dungeon. Like, I think I've got haste. Did I buy a second? Maybe I didn't buy a second copy of haste. I didn't buy a second copy of haste. I want a second copy of haste. I definitely want to own a second copy of it regardless, even if I don't have it equipped immediately. Because once I go to that ancient labyrinth again, I ain't coming back. Who sells haste? You sell haste. Saw a boat. That for a second butt spot. Had got the word auto. But also somehow the game has an auto battle feature. I guess so. Sometimes. Maybe it's a boat feature, an auto boat feature. But yeah, I don't have haste equipped. I think I'd have to ditch Bio for it, but I'm kind of ambivalent about that option. Yeah, I'd have to ditch Bio for it. I think that's probably a decent trade-off in the long run, but for the time being, I think I want to have a Bio. And we'll just ditch haste on somebody who can easily eat the slot. How you doing, Kappa? Let's switch to Ninja. I've had enough Siege for a bit. Good. Excellent. Alright. I have all the haste I could possibly acquire now and use now. Because ninjas are never going to become spellcasters, even if they want to become spellcasters. Now, to find the other island again. Or why I didn't remove... sight. I never quite got this map down, I'm gonna be honest. And suddenly I'm good at this map, so not complaining. Through here... That was so much easier than finding the ship in the first place. Ninjas look like they're in pajamas. I mean, they have hats, though. I mean, that makes a difference, right? Yeah, it really doesn't make a difference. But... It's really nice to have all of my critters properly equipped with defensive equipment. Don't want to see the Chocobo? I mean, we could summon a Chocobo if you want to see the Chocobo. I am unopposed to Chocobo summoning. Do you mean the fat Chocobo or the regular Chocobo? Because I don't need to go to the regular Chocobo anymore. I think we'll do the last bit of summon, or last bit of... Oh wait, I do want to see the Chocobo. You're right. There's a very valid reason for this that I had forgotten about. Thank you, Desi. The summon? Well, you reminded me of another important thing, which is I might not get to see another Chocobo. I don't care about most of the equipment. I could sell it. I might even pull it out and sell it later. Oh, it looks like I already did that. Yep, okay, I already did that. It would be slow and painful to pull it all out and sell it. I don't know if it's worth it. The ninja's probably for Raphael. I don't know. Maybe Leonardo? They've definitely got different types of weaponry. No one's gonna prefer, Michelangelo, unfortunately. Stupid grappling hook in Europe. The stupid grappling hook that the Europeans demanded to use. I just can't believe it. Right, I never got around to looking up that Donald Duck in Europe thing. No, it's neither of those. I think if I go north from here, I'll end up at one of the two possible continents I'm interested in. Only we're selling stuff to buy, otherwise you'll give you a trash can. That's pretty much it. Like, my thought is it might be worth it if I cared, which I don't think I do, to go all the way bottom to all the way to the bottom of Eureka again to sell off stuff so I can get more Shurikens. Because I get the feeling Shurikens are kind of like the spoon from Final Fantasy IV, where like it's a really good weapon, but it's a one-use weapon. So once I use it in battle, it'll do a lot of damage and then proceed to disappear from my inventory. But I don't know if I want to walk all the way down Eureka again to do that, because it's a long fucking walk. Things I do want to buy, I'm just going to stack up on all the consumables that this particular airship sells. Get all the softs, all of the high potions, all of the anything else I can buy out of it. My expectation is once I go into that tower, I ain't coming back. And that money is basically worthless. Do love the Cannon Blast. If only it stacked up with my levels. I'm also going to have to stop casting Bahamut on everything. No matter how much I love casting Bahamut on everything. Because I want to save my spells for once I'm actually inside the tower. But we'll see what my economic situation is after I buy all the consumables. Oh, I could have just hit it with a stick. Eh, oh well. Still dead. It works for me. Almost. Oh, Cannon Blast is so nice. Other Final Fantasies should have Cannon Blast. Like, I gotta think that most airships would have, since but even in like Final Fantasy VII, you occasionally run into problems in your airship. Having a little bit of weaponry would actually be smart. But nope. But nope. Alright, this should be the last one I have to take before we actually get started going through the Labyrinth again. Which I know the actual path through now, which makes it a bit easier. At least I hope it makes it a bit easier. We'll see. Yeah, also today I've been thinking about that dang puzzle I left off on last night. I think I may have figured it out. I think I was overthinking the Yoshi thing. I need to basically, like, grab the feather by Yoshi's tongue while falling through that gap, instead of what I was doing. It might work, but I think that has to be the solution. And once I have that, I think I have everything I need to actually win that particular puzzle. Or at least until whatever the hell is to the far right of the entire level that's covered in munchers lets me know that I haven't in fact solved the entirety of the puzzle. But I'll have used all of the resources that were given in that area, I think. Which is a good sign. But I could be wrong. We'll find out. I think I like, quite literally, I think I found 2 out of the 3 things I really had to discover to solve that puzzle. The block spook Yoshis that I can whip the flower with the cape. I cannot believe I've spaced on that one. Alright, so let's go save first, and then we'll take care of the other things. Rephrase this. Sleep first, then go take care of the other things. And the fact that I can spook Yoshis with blocks. That was the thing I was missing, I think. Okay. Alright. We've bought all the high potions. All the softs. All the echo herbs. All the eye drops. Who refills these vending machines? I think with that, we are set on all of the consumables, and I still have a lot of money, so I don't care. One thing you never tried was the other classes can summon magic. Evoker and other class can summon magic. Each summon can do one of 3 things. 2 of the spells are pretty bad, and the third one they cast as Sage is guaranteed to get, like, Mega Flare on Bahamut. Capitalist pigs refill the vending machines. I don't know, it's a Japanese game. It might not be capitalist pigs. It might just be a well-meaning old guy who just uses it to get some money in his retirement. There are an awful lot of jobs in Japan that are kind of that way. Alright, we did all the things that I think I want to do in this airship, and I have a shit ton of money left, so let's just keep going. So interesting, yeah, I never ended up playing with the other summoner classes because I just didn't feel it was worthwhile. Maybe I should have. I was kind of invested in Black and White Mage. It was really hard to get rid of White Mage for obvious reasons. But let's Chocobo. I feel like burning some low-level spell slots won't hurt me too bad. And of course, the ninjas will mostly take care of these Iron Claws. I'm not remotely worried about them. We're literally casting Chocobo for novelty reasons. Choco, go! That's not bad for a level 1 spell slot. That's really not bad for a level 1 spell slot. Yeah, I'm actually impressed. Why did Link's Awakening trendy games steal all the figurines from the houses? To populate his conveyor belt? I don't know. Why did he? Ever do a rounder where Evoker can be useful? Ifrit can heal or confuse enemies? That is weird. So, like, if I were to make a guess about what the particular things did, my guess would be something along the lines of, like, single target, some sort of effect spell, and then a useful multi-target thing. Which is, I think, what I'm getting from the Sage, is all of the things I'm getting are useful multi-target things. But having things like Ifrit heal the party is definitely weird in my book, just because of, you know, Final Fantasy knowledge, which, as you stated many, many times ago, I need to throw it all away for this game. Nuts. Alright, Great Demon, you're going down. Let's try out Shiva. Because why not? First time you played this game, you got a bard, and your thought was, hey, this will be a nice side gear for your white mage, and find out how absolutely worthless they are. That doesn't surprise me. Does not surprise me. Could wear some Zelda pens, they won't be doing that again. I hope not. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've played that. I think Link's Awakening is the one with the big cat, the musical catfish. I did play that one once, but it was like 20 change years ago. Pain plus plus. It's a lot of bread. A lot of bread. Yeah, we're at a point where this Labyrinth is not a problem. Like, we can just rock right through this, even with limited use of spell slots. Especially as we keep getting these single-target demon ones, which is really nice. Really nice. A table that explains what the summons do? Alright, I'll take a look. We have time while walking. Oh god. This is such great... Like, this is very much like 2000... flat era web design. I love it so much already. The font art over Xenogears. Alright, so let's see. What do we got here? Escape. Allows party to escape. Stumble. Nothing happens. That's great. Hypno Beam. Stun if successful. Icy Glare. Single enemy. Okay. Stun if successful. So it's all single target damage, or it does something weird. Restores a lot of HP. Earth damage, earth damage. Alright, that's good for Titan. Cast Reflect? I could see that being kind of useful if you could actually do it consistently. Strong physical damage. Leviathan, instant KO if successful. Oh, that's actually kind of good. Strong wind attack, less enamored by that, but that's still not bad. Cast Haste, instant KO, if you get it. Interesting. And then all of these are pretty straightforward. All enemies damage, all enemies damage, all enemies damage. Yeah, that's straightforward. Sing inflicts random status effects to an enemy depending on what harp you have. And Scare is probably the most worthless ability in any RPG you've ever seen. It lowers the enemy's level. I mean, lowering the enemy's level can be useful if you can take advantage of that. Which you can't in this game as far as I know. In Final Fantasy V, lowering an enemy's level is actually really powerful if you are a Blue Mage. And Blue Mage is one of the only things that can do it anyway. There's a really cheesy way to defeat, what's the name of that boss? The black hole boss at the top of the tower. That repeatedly casts Comet on you until you die as it slowly sucks your dead party members into its maw. Atmos. And that particular boss, you can cast Dark Shock on it like once or twice, and it falls into level 5 death, and you can just kill it instantly. Because it does not have a any sort of defense against that. But fair enough. Oh, Atomos, thank you. Slashes the odds of evading an instant kill. I mean, that's useful, but like you have to be willing to cast instant kill stuff to begin with, which I haven't been in this game really, except Odin. That's fair, Squiggles, but the only way you're going to use that in a Fiesta is if you either roll... I'm going to actually pay attention to this fight. Let's try out Rama. Why not? Burn some low-level spell slots. If you have a Mystic Sword character, Magic Sword character, Mystic Knight, I think it is, that can be kind of useful using Sleep Sword on him. Otherwise, it's kind of a risky strat. But fair enough. How you doing, Squiggles? Atmos and Atomos. Well, this is the Atmo weapon, which I think might be related. Yeah, I really do like Summoner. Maybe I should have changed my Black Mage to a Summoner at some point. That would have made the low-level spell slots a lot more useful. Bards can't even heal in this version. Something added in later versions, and the healing is minimal at best, though free. I mean, I think that's one of the best features of Bard in Final Fantasy V until you get the level song, or until you get the level song and the attack song and the magic song, is being able to multicast regen on your entire party for free. That's nothing to sneeze at. But if you don't get that kind of ability in this game, yeah, it kind of sucks. Okay, so here we go. We're through here. Another kababum. There's not a lot of ways to inflict sleep in Final Fantasy V. Sleep Sword, regular sleep, if you have a Time Mage? Black Mage? I forget who cast that. Maybe it's White Mage, even. No, it can't be White Mage. I would have at least tried that, I think. Is there a blue magic that casts sleep? Like Time Slip or something? Alright, here we go. We're out here now. I am going to... trying to decide what to do, actually. Gonna top off a couple characters really quick. Close enough. I'm gonna save. And then I think it's time to begin our ascent into the Crystal Tower of Butts. But first, I'm going to quickly use the restroom. I will be right back. Summoner can't use black magic, so no warp spell. Also don't have nearly as much magic available as a sage. That's fair. It does make it a bit of a different economy there. I don't know, I think I got a little bit too invested in black mage, ultimately, but I don't think that was a bad idea. Oh, these guys. I'm pretty sure if I hit him first, he dies. Hooray! Walk across the map and flip sleep upon the audience. Wonder... You're not wrong. Wonder how they do it out there. Who's their landscaper? Oh, I went the wrong way. Gotta go slowly around the loop again. Yes, and I'm back. One of the King Behemoths, maybe? Crystal Tower does have a nice lawn? It does! That's a fair point. I could definitely see King Behemoths just, you know, chilling out, doing the, like, bovine thing when they don't have anything better to do. Just gotta eat some grass, keep the place nice. Kind of like how some places rent goats to graze on their lawns. Or cows or sheep or what have you. To do landscaping, because, you know, may as well at least get something out of it. Look, I had to come up with a general category. I think bovine thing is totally reasonable. Totally reasonable. Alright, here we go. I have a key of some sort here, don't I? Sylx key. Alright, in we go. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's a symmetrical maze with stuff in it. Weird concept. Renting a grazing animal so you can feed it free. Well, I mean, I think it's a win-win for most people. You know, you get rid of your excess grass, they get to feed their animal. And get paid a small amount for it. Like, it's just a win-win-win sort of thing. Like, everyone comes out happy. Weird money would be involved? Yeah, that's fair. I think part of it is, like, you have to move the animals around, and that does incur a slight cost. But it's a fair point. Like, I remember Google being very excited about this, because they were using goats to do some of their landscaping back in the day. And I expect it was one of those cases where just paying someone made it easier to justify. I assume this is symmetrical. I don't want to go that way. Nearly symmetrical, just symmetrical enough to ensure confusion. You know, that works after what I just said. Let's see how hard this guy hits. I'd rather not burn more spells. Like, I'm not certain how long this dungeon is. And still doing like 100. Getting my sages doing like 100 damage, I'm not complaining. Yeah, I don't need to summon anything for these fights. Did I win my bank run? Yes, I did. I succeeded. I had a personal best or something. Ooh, elixir, that's totally worth it. How you doing, Fries? Was it heist? No, I just went to go take care of some relatively routine banking. The gal there didn't actually know how to do the specific thing I was doing. She'd only ever done it once before. But it got taken care of. I'll find out the result tomorrow. But I'm optimistic that it won't be a problem. Everything should go according to banking plan. Withdrawal 250k from Silicon Valley Bank. I did not have any money inside of Silicon Valley Bank. Thankfully. I did know that there were some people who did. But I don't. I personally had no stake in that, and I'm very happy I didn't. Let's try to Shiva just for the hell of it. Yeah, it was mostly startups. Have 250k in all banks. That's a good call. That's the FDIC insurance number. One should generally not have more than that amount in any given bank. Because if the bank goes under, you are not insured. Though the Silicon Valley Bank thing recently has kind of shaken up that idea. Cool. I did not get stuck into going into a dead end. I'm really happy about that. Crash and burn? Not exactly. Ow. That hurt. That hurt a lot. Throw to Rama and to Shiva just in case. There was intervention by the federal government that I don't think that the federal government was terribly happy about doing. Like, I got very conflicting messages when I read stuff about this. But apparently it got bailed out, which is kind of odd to me, but monetary policy is a bit above my pay grade in terms of understanding things. So, I think a Cure 2 is in order. Quirkum? I think so. Technically speaking, no one has their... Can never deposit or withdraw. You're essentially on deal op. One who involved is a scammy guy. Wiener killed Quirkum. Yep. As a thing that happened. Oh, there you go. Now we know. Quamkum. Yeah, that's their name. Quamkum. That's quite the name. Quam. Kinda wish you'd cast a Break instead. It's easier to recover from Break. Oh, he didn't do enough damage. That sucks. These guys are actually dangerous. Well, not just instant death. Like, I don't mind Break, actually. Break is perfectly fine now. I have a million softs. So I'm not worried about Break. Unless this tower is ridiculous sized. In which case, I am kind of screwed. But you can see I got 99 softs. I don't have that many maiden kisses, but you know. For the most part, I'm set. I think another Cure 2 is in order. Come. That's not that much better. Elixir. Yeah, I could go for Odin spam, but I don't want to. I want to save my upper level spell slots in case I run into, you know. Are you kidding me? If those are what I think it is, I kind of regret not burning all my spell slots. I just kill this guy by hitting him in the face repeatedly. It is. Well, dang it. That's what I get for trying to be frugal in this game. I'm not complaining, I guess. I could complain. But I was really psyched up for a long and tedious set of dungeons. Psyched up, probably the wrong term. Prepared. Nope, these are not what I thought they were. They don't heal you. I expected those to be healing things. Well, now I can complain. No bailout. Bail means public pays. It's not the government. In beforehand, it crashed and used tax funds to pay for all the... So, I mean, the difference between the government paying for it and the people paying for it is kind of irrelevant. The government is made of the people. So, like, I don't think that is actually a reasonable description of what happened here. The government's not paying for it, but your tax... The people aren't paying for it, but the... Oh, nuts! No! I have to burn a life cast. Oh, that's awful. Also, I think that was my character who hadn't hit yet. All had bonds. They just tried to short the bonds to cover deposits at a heavy loss. Yep. Now I complain about the fact that you almost got tricked into thinking it was a long and tedious dungeon. Now you've said it actually is. Fair point. Fair point. I'll live. It's okay. Big difference between you paying for it versus the company paying for it? Maybe. First, you view industrialists as people. Either way, all I'm saying is my banking got done and it was fine. Better than a global bank collapse? Maybe. I mean, the biggest problem really was that an awful lot of companies in Silicon Valley were going to rely upon being able to withdraw from there for payroll. And payroll is generally done on Tuesdays. And so they had a short time to figure out what to do to make sure they paid their people. Or inform them they would not be paid this week. And incentivize them to stick around because they're not getting paid this week. I think Etsy was one of the companies that had a big problem with that. I'm not sure what it caused a global banking crisis, but it would have caused an awful lot of small crises that people could have invested in or done other things for. Something about crisis and opportunity or something like that. I'm not that enamored by it, but I just saw that treasure chest and I have to go back down for it. But I doubt it would have caused the cascade effect if that single bank had failed, because it mostly wasn't like normal people. It was mostly startups because of the fact that they just need credit. And startups are weird. Probably burned too much there. Way too much there. Kind of fun to see the summon animations, though. Hellfire! Yeah, these guys have no HP. They have less than 1,000, I think. Either way, I'm not the place to go to get your advice on global banking. I don't know enough about the economics of it to really provide any useful insight beyond what I know. And I am not an expert in banking. 2008 financial crisis wasn't so bad. I mean, that wasn't. There were larger banks involved, and most of those banks were holding an awful lot more of people's mortgage debts. Like WAMU going under was pretty bad in that respect, is my understanding. And part of that was caused by bad instruments that were sold to people as good instruments, as opposed to this case where just like a bank made a bad investment choice based upon ideas about rate hikes. Like I said, I don't understand enough of this. I can bullshit for a while, but ultimately I don't know anything. So, back in my day, we crawled nearly symmetrical dungeons to get our elixirs. People didn't have them lying in the back of grandfather clocks and cider racks. Man, I remember that section in Final Fantasy VI. I spent so much time leveling so I could actually kill the armors. And like farming X potions so I could possibly get past that part before realizing I had done it really dumb. Like, I'm gonna be honest, if I knew a lot about financial global policy, would I be streaming on Twitch or like making a shit ton of money as a quant? I think I'd go for the latter. I'm just surprised this is the topic we're kind of stuck on. Eldest Staff? What does that do? Who can equip that? Rune versus Golem? Yeah, let's give it a Golem. Eldest. Intellect goes up, Spirit goes up, Fire. No, hold up! No, that's going to my, that's going to Wiener. Wiener's getting a more awesome staff. Wait, these are both Eldest Staffs. Okay, that's actually fine. Sure, you can have a Golem staff too, so you can hit things slightly harder. Why not? But yeah, I'm happy about that. That is a really good set of things to show up. Talk about taxes. Back in my day, we didn't know what items were. Fair. A great Magic the Gathering. So, there's one Magic the Gathering card that I found out was very controversial after, because I don't play Magic the Gathering. But I found out about this after they decided to, like, retire the card and its art, and it's amazing. It's so bad that you're like, how did anybody look at this and think this was a good idea? The card's name is Reparations. It's a dude holding a sack of gold towards, what looks like a couple of, like a king and queen, but, like, sort of an African king and queen. And at the bottom it says, "We burned down your village. Sorry, have some gold." And you're just, like, looking at this and you're like, how did anybody say this is a good idea for a card? How did this happen? It's just amazing. Absolutely amazing. A lot of enemies resembles. Yeah, look it up. Reparations Magic card. You'll see it. That's exactly what it is. I have not exaggerated what I've stated here. Like, it's literally what that is. It's amazing in all of the wrong ways. Mirage? Yes, it's that. Yeah, sorry I burned down your village, here's some gold. Like, it's really terrible. Knew exactly what you were gonna reference? Yeah, there you go. It's just a bad... It's who thought this was a good idea? Seriously, even tongue-in-cheek. Like, Magic the Gathering isn't cynical enough to pull that off reasonably, if you like, at least as far as I understand. There are certainly some games and stuff, like, that could easily be like a Warhammer thing. Warhammer is cynical as all fuck. But Magic the Gathering I don't think is. So... When you cast Meteor to take out the beast, but it takes out an orphanage. You know, that's probably a Final Fantasy II thing. Anytime you use a powerful spell, it has like a 6% chance of burning down a nearby orphanage. It might have been. Or it might have been like just sort of a Refuge and Audacity thing. Ah, nuts. Where they just kind of assumed that no one would take this card seriously, but it's just a bad idea. It was just a really bad idea. I'm feeling Ifrit. In fact, I'm more likely to use the lower level summons now that I have the magic up perk. FF2, yeah, I'm sorry, I never got around to replying, Desi. I think I'm probably going to go with the late version that you were also using, based upon what it sounds like. I just didn't get around to putting it on the card yet. I don't know how long this is going to take. My expectation is either it will take most of the time I wanted to spend streaming tonight, or all of the time I spent streaming tonight. So I wanted to have a backup plan, but I don't know. I guess we'll like play Bubble Bottle or something if I run out of stuff to do. So, Ach, Hans, run as the Ulruf. I don't know what that is. Is this one much better? Land tax. All right, I'll take a look at that. At the beginning of your upkeep, if he controls more land, search for it. I mean, he looks like a pretty classic tax collector. I don't think that's necessarily all that bad. Other than the fact that most people don't like tax collectors. Ain't nobody ever said, man, I sure hope the tax collector comes by today. I sure would like to give him my money. Which reminds me I should do my taxes. It's not a complicated tax year, but I'm still looking forward to doing them. It just takes an irritating amount of time. And I'm still never certain what I should do with my, like, meager Twitch earnings. My personal favorite Magic cards are from, like, Unglued, Unhinged, where, like, you have all these cards that do weird shit that you can never really play in the game. Like, Chaos Confetti, I think it is, where you tear the card up into small pieces and throw it on the table, or throw it upward, and if any of the pieces land on a card, that card is destroyed, or something like that. There's also another one where you have to play another game of Magic, or play another game to determine something. Like, it's like a small thing. It's kind of like Riskopoly, right? Where you have to go play another game to determine, like, a coin flip. And you get a small benefit from that, or something crazy like that. Got it right? Excellent. Exactly. Could you imagine playing a whole nother game of Risk to get the benefit of being able to draw a single card? Like, basically, I would just give up and go home. I'm like, I don't want to do that. I really don't want to play Risk. So. Used to use that card a lot? Really? Blackjack and hookers? That is a simpler game, I'm not going to deny. Gonna be like, hey, you owe a certain amount of money, but won't tell you how much. You gotta talk to a professional to have him tell you. Yeah, the friggin' tax lobby is a really irritating lobby. Because the IRS does know exactly how much you owe them, plus or minus some mistakes. And I have been audited once, and the mistake that they found was not correct. They thought I'd sold some stock twice, and I'm like, did you really think I'd sell the same amount of stock twice for the exact same amount of money? And the lady on the other end was like, oh, yeah, that's our mistake. I'll just take care of that. IRS, better than calling Comcast. 100%. A way better experience. But still. Apocalypse Chime, Artifact, play 2 and tap to sacrifice Apocalypse Chime to bury all cards from Homeland Inspection. That sounds powerful. Provided, they actually have those cards. It's a bit like a Scroll of Genocide from NetHack, where you can use it to destroy all monsters of a specific class. I think the greater ones are the blessed ones you can use to destroy all letters in a game, which is actually really powerful. Homelands was the worst expansion ever, no one uses it. Ah, okay. Hello weird, first world country, do your own taxes, neener, neener, neener. Yep. Yep, indeed. At least I don't have to worry about Washington taxes. Damn it. That's bad. That's good. That's good. I don't want this fight to go any longer than it has to. I'm throwing out Nodin. That's big money, big money. Well, at least one of them's gonna die. Alright, maybe Odin was a bit overkill. Maybe Odin wasn't overkill enough. Hey! If I ever made enough of the IRS, I think there was an issue, I'd be terrified to call. No, they're actually really nice. The ladies who answer the phone. I had a friend, actually, who had a problem with the IRS once, and like, quite literally, when I told him about this, he's like, oh yeah, they're really nice. Like, the IRS is the least intimidating of an awful lot of places I've called, surprisingly. What's up, Matt? How you doing? 6 months, damn. Time flies. How you doing? Thank you for subbing for that long. Hope you enjoy your benefits, which are not tax related, unfortunately. Got a letter from the IRS for 110. Confused and called and said, no, we owe you. It's coming to your bank account. Oh, that's nice. So your episode doesn't interfere with your regular job and still count as a hobby. That also is nice. 401k benefits after a year. Oh, enjoy your Speedy Cat. I really should get around to making more emotes. Oh, nuts. The last time I worked on emotes was around Christmas. I extracted all of the graphics from Everhood and then never did anything with them. Just never got around to doing it. I was trying to find the wooden hand. That's the one I really wanted, but I couldn't find it. I spent a long time looking through all of those graphics. But that's the last time I did anything with this. Maybe I'll see about making a Final Fantasy II related one. Or just, steal more Windows 98 era icons, because those are really easy and I have a script to manage them. All good options, really. I don't like this. I'm gonna choose right. I don't think it's the right choice yet, but... Is that my latest? Yeah, I think actually it is. I think that, I think the Guybrush one definitely is the latest. Which goes to show you how long it's been since I've put up a new one. It might be Guybrush. Actually, maybe the Zelda one is more recent. I'm not sure. I think I did both of those around the same time. Because, yeah, it was such a pain to get that out of. God. It was such a pain to get it out of Monkey Island. Because none of the extract scripts I could find worked correctly for that class of object in Monkey Island, because that's like overlays versus backgrounds versus sprites, and yeah, that was a headache and a half. I think I've just chosen a dead end. About to go to sleep. Saw Pat started streaming, came back. Well, I appreciate it that you came back around. Definitely feel free to go back to sleep, though. Ain't gonna keep anybody up. At least intentionally. Another reason to return to Monkey Island. It's happening soon. Once I'm done with Shadow Man, I think we'll get started on Monkey Island. I'll message Kalrasi and get that hooked up, presuming his sleep schedule's gotten more aligned again. The reason we didn't pick that one up before Shadow Man was because his sleep schedule was upside down. More upside down than mine. Actually, well, his sleep schedule was more normal than mine, really, but that doesn't help when I'm the streamer. Waiting for Risto's stream or lack thereof. Shouldn't he have started by now? 8-ish? Because I never got around to disabling alerts for it. I always get the emails about Risto starting. I don't watch Risto too much because I'm just not a big fan of the random noises. And his stream uses a lot of random noises. I appreciate the aesthetic. I think he's a good guy. I've actually met him in real life. But I just can't watch that kind of thing for too long. It's too distracting. Because I usually am working and lurking when I watch Twitch. It's very rare that I'm devoting my entire attention to a given stream. And I prefer just to hear someone talk and play the game. Just my way. Always surprised when you're streaming at 3 a.m. Well, the request ones are kind of special. Because I generally work within the schedule of someone else a little bit. Or at least try to. And I feel like starting earlier works for most normal-ish people. Unless they're in Europe. In which case, we still stream at 3 a.m. There's no winning when it comes to Europe when you're on the West Coast, because it's either, what, like 8 or 9 hours difference from UTC. Throw a couple hours extra for time zones beyond the British Isles, and it makes it a lot harder. Love Risto, but you had to focus on the volume down. Exactly. Exactly. Ever played Lufia and Lufia 2? I have played Lufia 2 to completion at least twice. I think it's a fantastic game, and I would not mind playing it again, honestly. I would probably sit down and make some integrations for it, I think. Just because, like, SNES stuff is so much easier to work with. So. Usual time is perfect for when your sleep schedule's in order. Fair. Don't tell me what time zone you're in. I wasn't going to, Fries. I wasn't going to. It had a lot of puzzles. Yeah, it basically had like some turn-based Zelda-style puzzles, which were actually really fun. Not to mention it had the Ancient Cave, which was just like, do you want a roguelike in your regular JRPG? Yes, yes I do. I do want a roguelike in my regular JRPG. Thank you for asking. So. That was a lot of fun. The characters were good. I mean, it's a pretty cliche JRPG story by all accounts, but most of the systems they have in that game work together pretty well. The only thing I found kind of lacking was I don't think I used magic enough until after I got Cellon. Maybe Artie. Just because like magic wasn't nearly as good as charging up IPs, which had their own set of mechanical issues. Trying to decide if I'm making a mistake by coming this side first. You know, I was about to be worried for a second, but wow, that was a wussy attack. I'm not gonna waste magic on these guys. Lore 6, it just keeps going and going. Oh, I think it does. That Sega RPG Beyond Oasis where you had an armlet and get air, water, fire, and stuff go through the environment. You had to hunt level 100 boss to get a special sword. I didn't know that part about it. Thor does look a bit weird. What actually is amusing is I think the name, the European name for Beyond Oasis was like Story of Thor or something. So it kind of ties together really quickly right now. That's a game I really want to play, but I want to play the Saturn version. I actually own a like first edition game magazine that has a non-trivial amount of like a strategy guide for that game in it. Not that I've ever, like, I read it, but I don't remember anything out of it after all these years. Is everyone actually all crystalled up? Everyone's already crystalled up. There's no point to this armor. But it would be really cool to play on Saturn, I think. I think the Genesis version and the Saturn version are significantly different. And I have played the Genesis version back in the day because it was emulatable, so I did. But want to read the mythology where Thor didn't have a hammer but had set out a weird monster arm? I'm curious about that. Phantasy Star 4 is your favorite Sega game, hands down. Yeah, I don't know about Sega RPGs. I've never really played any of them. Like, I've never really played much in the way of RPGs on Sega systems, because, one, I didn't own that many other than the Dreamcast. And I didn't play Skies of Arcadia, which was sort of like the premier Dreamcast RPG. I am excited. I have heard through the grapevine that there is a translation of Sega Gaga that is nearing completion. And I can tell you right now, when that gets released, I am dropping whatever the hell I'm doing and going and playing it. Like, anything I need to do stream-wise, I'm going to just stop and play the translation, because that game is insane. Because who doesn't want a dungeon-crawling, game development management sim playing, Sega-influenced set of ridiculousness that, of course, includes Sega Saturn Shiro. It just sounds too good to be true. And it might just be. No, not Lady Gaga. It's Sega Gaga or something. It's a weird game that was released late in the Dreamcast life cycle that never came to America. And I'm actually really hoping that that group finishes their translation, because it just hasn't happened before now. Okay, that does not heal. I think I saw enough over there to know there wasn't anything else of interest. How's my health doing? Not bad, but I probably should burn a little bit to bring people up just a little bit. Go cure... Oh, actually, I think everyone's fine. I don't want one cure once, as I already bothered menuing. Towers are getting brighter and brighter as you ascend. Well, it's a crystal tower. It just kind of makes sense. First edition game magazines are a bit too lewd to discuss on Twitch. Way too hairy for this. Oh, Desi. I don't doubt it. More teal. I think they are upping the brightness as we go up, which I think is a nice touch. Similarly, I think they lowered the brightness as we went down in Eureka. But it is a nice little touch when games bother doing that kind of thing. The Dreamcast game predates Lady Gaga's career by probably at least, I would guess, 6 years? I think Squiggles actually owns a copy, and we tried to play it once, but had difficulty getting the Dreamcast to boot. Because I'd thrown out my boot discs long ago, and we needed to be able to boot a region-free disc. So, Cave of Darkness also got more dark as... Oh. Went down. It's a simple enough effect. Like, most of these areas, when you load them, can, like, load a new palette. It's a very simple way to achieve a nice little effect. I know in Final Fantasy V, such a thing wouldn't be too difficult to accomplish, based upon what I saw about the scripting engine. There, at least, you could use color math instead of loading new palettes if you wanted to, because their scripting engine gives you direct access to color math. Weird. Very weird. Congrats on getting halfway through the game. Oh, I'm terrified. How you doing, Max? Use the web browser disk to boot? Oh, so there's different ways to actually boot Dreamcast games. I think you're talking about like some sort of swap strategy. For... Nothing up there. For other discs, what you would do is you would burn a boot disk first, and then you'd use that to boot other discs. I want to say the Echelon boot disk was the most common, but it's been years, and I've definitely lost, or at least didn't properly label enough of my discs to know which ones are which. Surprising, but reasonable. My RPG was 3 hours before, or 3 years before Ramsey was successful. Huh. Didn't know that. But yeah. Here to fuzzify popular culture. It is hard to keep track. There's been an awful lot of it since its inception. I'm hoping there's at least one more save location before the game starts dragging on forever then. Because if I have to crawl up this particular friggin' tower every single time I die, it's going to be painful. Really hoping these are consumables, because I just do not need more. There we go. Phoenix down. Thank you. I need more point sinks. Need to put some thought into those. I also need to prepare. I realized that April Fool's Day is like... It's basically 2 weeks away at this point. So, save states? I guess I could do that. I forgot this thing does support those. I don't remember what you have to do to get into it. I've only ever done it by accident, honestly. Double VIP. I don't know what I would do for... Oh, hey, there's a big dragon. It went away. I don't know what I'd do for double VIP. Like, Glitchcat has a good solution to that, where, like, he writes names on sticky notes and puts them behind him when he's streaming, or includes them in his credits. I don't really have anything like that. There's 3 dragons. I like this even less. They're statues. What a weird room. Aha! You're trapped. Anyone reflected in the mirror is trapped by the demon dragon's curse. Now you can be the 5 demon dragons' prey. Alright, well that explains our thing or two. It's your long-awaited, deliciously fresh feast. Take your time. Shit, I can't move. Deliciously fresh. Pull yourselves together. Dorga! The only thing that can break the curse of the demon dragons is the 5 hearts of light. I didn't collect 5 hearts of light! You must endure until I've confined 5 hearts of light. Thanks. Don't give up. Dorga's soul searched for the 5 hearts of light. For the 5 of the light. What? Oh, okay, they're people. I thought he had to go find 5 physical hearts and rip them out. He might still have to do that. Princess Butts! And the others are in danger. What can lift the demon dragon's curse is a heart filled with light. We need your strength. What? Butts is in danger? I'll go. Please take me with you. I got those boxes. They were closed. Give artist badge? That's not the worst idea. Just endure getting devoured, don't worry about it. Plot twist, the hearts were inside you all along. Sid, won't you lend us your strength? Anything to help them. I'm going with you. Isn't that a different sprite a moment ago? Wait, Desh, so you've died. Urgh! Unheroic sacrifice. What? You're alive? What? You're talking about, old man? There's no way I'd die. You jumped into a furnace and spent the last 40 hours in there. I finally finished fixing the Tower of Owen. That wasn't safe. Just a little longer, the floating continent would have collapsed. Butts and the others are in danger. One problem after another. What can I do? Jump in the furnace again. Invade their dreams. Prince Alice, please, give me your strength. Butts is in danger. I'll go too. Isn't he king now? His dad's pretty dead. Oh, please don't get those clowns. Really? I mean, all 4 of them might equal 1 heart of light, I guess. Please, won't one of you come to help Butts? It's finally our turn to be the heroes! Well, go on, don't give up. We're counting on you. Why didn't we just get 4 of them and like 1 other person? That's weird. Light warriors, hurry while we hold off the demon dragons! Don't let this world be plunged into darkness! Well, I'll move once it stops flashing. Thank you, everyone. Let's go. Do I get healed by that? No, I just get teleported to the next floor, so I can't mess around on that floor. That's probably for the best. You've come far, but the darkness is 3 steps ahead of you. You're too late. Perish! Alright, it's time to fight Zande. Just in... the cheeseburgers right along the way. Sounds good average furnace repair. Jumping at the furnace was the real Dark Souls. You can't follow the story. It doesn't matter. Oh, Dash in the clown part gets to be... but not Arya, who's with us for a whopping 10 minutes and basically helps restore the original world. Yep. They did say darkness. Alright, Zande. It's time. I would guess this is the real final boss, but I don't think it is. Still, we're gonna throw out some fun stuff. Let's throw out a flare. No. Oh, flare or Bahamut. It's so hard to choose. Bahamut. Bahamut's more fun. I'm glad I healed up before the fight while I was waiting on the dragons. After hearing about it for the last 20 hours, exactly. What, Libra? Libra? He cast Libra? What the hell is this boss? Can't decide whether he wants to be Aladdin the Genie or Jafar. You know what? You're not wrong. You're so not wrong. Alright, variety. We'll cast Flare this time. I don't know if it's more efficient. I don't know if it's better or worse, but I don't care that much. Meteo! Oh. That's a problem. I shouldn't have mocked him for casting Libra. Even if I did cast Cure 4 on everybody, no one's going to live another Meteo. I have to walk all the way up this thing again. No! Alright, well I'll take another Libra. Alright, so he casts Libra and Meteo every other turn. I'm not really sure what to think about that. Assuming... or Quake. Well, Quake is less dangerous. Huh. Alright, that worked. That could have been a lot worse. Cool, I beat the game. It doesn't matter if you destroy me. The dark cloud is already surrounding everything in darkness. Alright. The dark cloud appears to be some sort of carrot. I, the dark cloud, have come to return all to the void. To turn both light and darkness into nothingness. Moo. And first, I will erase you with the power of light from this world. Die! Oh, I don't have time to heal? Well, I'm fucked. Isn't this just Neo X Death? Flare Wave. That's a cool genre of music I'd never heard of. Annihilated. Well, that sucks. Guess I'm less dead than I was expecting. No, maybe they just have a fancy death sequence here because I suck. Guess I need to level a lot more. Oh wait, nope, it's a cutscene. Never mind, I can't die here. It's the first half of the game. Crystal Tower runs on Linux. What does Libra do? Oh, it just tells you your HP. That's it. It does nothing. It's useless. The boss doesn't care about that. That's what Dark Clouds do. You really remember when you first played through the game and you cast Meteo and does over 5k? One hits KO you. Please listen to the Cloud of Darkness music. It's pretty nice. But, old man, don't die. Oh, sorry, old man, don't die. Dash, you can't give up yet. Please get up. Don't die. Butts, Bart's, Wiener. Well, you guys fight him then. We will give you our spirits. Now stand up. Return to life. Heroes of light. The party revived. Would have been convenient if I had done that in other dungeons, but okay. I'm still boned enough to fight that thing again. Thank you, Dorga, Une. Don't thank us. Thank the power of the sun. There's still something you must do. Due to Zande's folly, the light has weakened, and the power of darkness has created something awful. Zande was controlled by that dark power. it is a terribly strong force. It's not a weak force. It's not an atomic force. Our souls will soon join all the other souls. There's nothing more we can do to help you. Only you can return the light and dark to their original balance. Now go to the Dark World! Dark World? Wait, what? We have to go to the Dark World? Alright, come on, let's go. I don't know if I'm as enthused about this as you guys are. It's all up to you. We're counting on you. I'm with you. Hang in there. Man, we've both been dealt tough lots, eh? Well, do your best. Please come back safe. Be sure to come back. Oh, thanks. As I get into this friggin' black hole. Cloud of Darkness is one of the wildest bosses in any game. Yeah, I'm having a hard time not saying Zande, Zande every single time I see him, honestly. Cherry Chocolate Rain was a truly brilliant piece of selling out. Okay, can't save yet, which isn't nerve-wracking at all. I have a lot of options, and I don't like that I have a lot of options. I'm gonna take the obvious stairwell first. Welcome to the Dark World. Now the 8 Dark World dungeons in Ganon. Oh look, it's a dragon double! Oh, it's just double D. Double dragon. It's actually more like a blue hole. Eh. Okay. Well, I am a little bit worried. Like, another level or two, I'll be fine, but, like... I hope there's another save point sometime. And it did appear to have, like, 4 sub-dungeons available. Double D from Ed, Ed, and Eddie. Oh, no, I got ambushed. By Garm. And Thor, but Thor's a wuss. Okay, Garm dies first. I feel like a Titan. Because why not? And a Rama. Rama's probably a bad idea with Thor there. Eh. Drain is one of my least favorite things to see, so I really do want to get rid of them quickly. What's a save point? Oh boy. Got 12 elixirs. I do have a lot of elixirs. I've only used like 1 or 2 the entire game. And I think it was wise to use that one, because I didn't realize the next room contained a healing spot. But... long game concept and difficult concept love each other very much. Oh, you guys are not making me happy to hear all these things. So basically what I'm hearing right now is... I'm either beating it today... or we're going to go back, we'll have made no meaningful progress. There are 14 elixirs in the game. Hey, let's find out how many elixirs I still have. I want to say I have like 10-ish. But it's hard to say. And an Ifrit for good measure. Friggin' Drain. Oh boy. No meaningful progress is a messy way of saying it, before I gain knowledge about the game. I won't disagree with your assertion, Desi, but... RPGs are more about save points than gaining meaningful knowledge in a lot of ways. At least typically. Puzzle games can be about gaining meaningful knowledge. More so, at least. At least I have a lot more resources. I'm glad I went down Eureka, otherwise, like, this would have been nightmarish to do with White Mage. Or slightly better version of White Mage. I'm beginning to think I should have gone the other way first. I'm the Dark Cloud. I will turn both this world and your world of light back into utter void. We won't let you do that! Ha! This is the Dark World. I cannot be defeated here with the power of light. I'm kind of regretting my decision, I think. This doesn't look safe. I may have made a really bad decision. Miss. My ninjas don't miss. That did nothing. That hurt a whole lot, and I missed. I think I need to leave. I really hope I didn't just shoot myself completely in the foot. But we have to leave. See if running away works. Can't run. Can't run. I'm so host. I am so host. I should have tried any of the other paths first. Well, let's try running. Maybe can't run means sometimes running might work. No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. Well, this sucks. Okay. Hoping you turn around when you heard the ominous music. In retrospect, great attempt. So here's the thing. I remember when we started in this particular castle, right? In the Crystal Tower. It was an hour ago. It was a friggin' hour ago. Because I got up to pee about 30 minutes into the stream, right as we started this. So basically, I've wasted an hour of everybody's time, especially mine. Now, the bright side is that when I run into this crap, I know that there's more than enough spellcast to go around before I run into what's-his-face. I also know that I should cast Cure 4 every other turn. So, shame you didn't hand save states. Yep. You learned something that required an hour to progress to learn. Oh, shoot me. Okay, well. Also, I guess I wanted to know how many elixirs I had. We were going to look that up at some point. I have 8 elixirs. I think I used 2 in the game. So I'm feeling okay about the number of elixirs, especially because I know that I got a couple of elixirs going up here. Where's that friggin' key? Oh, that's the wrong way. Super lucky your blind through did not have the problem. Either way, we are going to spend an hour in Eureka grinding. You're not wrong. By now you would have shot the NES. Look, I had to go through trouble to get this thing recapped and everything. I ain't shooting this thing. I was overly optimistic. After you beat the game, people told you what you did was a possibility, and you couldn't believe how utterly cruel the game was. Yep. Oh. I just need a moment. I'm a little demoralized. And I keep getting back attacks, which is demoralizing me further. So I'm gonna guess what I should have done was go to what... Oh, right, because I'm back attacked. I should actually use a spell here. Was go to one of the other areas, and there would have been some level of help, or a save point, or something. But I chose the big, obvious thing in front of me instead of doing the smart thing, so that's what happened. Want some general advice? Yes, I'll take general advice, Desi. You're playing, you stop playing for a week and reevaluate your life decisions. Fair. I will take some general advice. Invest every penny in Shurikens. Alright. We're in a spot where doing that isn't so bad. And I have a lot of money. A lot of money. I remember that I could buy them in the Eureka shop. Like, the part that I'm not looking forward to is going down the damn thing in Eureka. What I'm debating is whether or not I want to go out and sell all my gear. Fair, you just got your butt 10 parts handed to you. Hey, my wiener was handed to me too. Your first fight, why would you immediately try to fight her again? Yeah, I was definitely going to bulldoze my ways down there. I remember the free heal. Definitely remember that. Really, the question is it worthwhile for me to either revert to an earlier save? Actually, you know what? I'm just going to do that. I'm going to revert back to the earlier save so I can go sell all my crap so I can buy more Shurikens. I think this one should put me outside. There we go. Because I can sell all of the crap here. And then I'll have more money to buy more Shurikens. Alright. I also don't think I'm going to use an awful lot of these single-use items. Like, they're useless to me now. I don't need that. God's Wine I'm keeping. I don't think black holes are useful. I'm just going to get rid of everything else. Like, God's Wine I think is still worthwhile to have. I don't think the other stuff is. I don't think I need magic keys. It'd be a pain in the ass, but I can always have a thief for a minute. I have enough capacity. Like, everything else I have here is cell fodder. I have way better equipment now. Sell the unnecessary spells and then ninjas. Ah, good point. I have a lot of them. I did want to keep a couple, because I wasn't certain if whether or not I wanted to keep, like, Mini around in case it's required later somehow. So I'm going to keep at least the Mini around. And Arrow too. I'm going to... on the life. I'm going to keep the life too. I guess that's another thing I think that's reasonable to keep just in case. Alright. That. This guy... oh, he's holding my extra haste. I'm keeping the extra haste just in case I want the extra haste later. Guess it didn't really end up mattering in practice. How about I overflow any counters? I don't think I have that much crap on me. So much junk on me. That should be basically it for those. Yeah, get rid of erase. And thankfully the Chocobo doesn't despawn, so I can keep doing this. That's all the crap I had on me. Don't want to fuck up my menuing too badly. Don't sell the Shurikens. What did I just sell? Crap, what did I just sell? I don't know what I just sold. That might have been important. I hope it wasn't important. Didn't sell my elixirs, did I? No. I don't know what was in there. I think it was probably the Dark Hood or something. Dark Hood? Okay, good. By now, when a vanilla playthrough looks exactly at the end of a rando. Oh, you. Okay. Cool. We did that. Now, we're already rested up because I saved before, so we'll just do that. I'm going to save over the prior save. This prior save. I'm going to keep 28 around for a bit. Until I'm confident about stuff. And thank you for reminding me what I sold, because otherwise I might have been confused and actually reloaded, which would have been terrible. This is fine. Hit him with that stick. would just watch the VOD. That is smart. Probably smarter. Oh, man. I just can't read the word Shuriken without following it up with lightning because of that Yahtzee review of Painkiller from back in the day. Gives me a gun that shoots shurikens and lightning. Oh, come on. Of course, Painkiller sounds like it's an awesome game because, you know, it's heavy metal, Judas Priest-styled first-person shooter. And as far as aesthetics go, like, heavy metal goes really well with first-person shooters. Notice how Doom ripped off a lot of Megadeth songs. At least we get to listen to the awesome Eureka soundtrack some more. That's fair. That is fair. Yeah, as the person playing, watching the VOD is a little trickier. I don't actually know. Maybe because it's over Samba and stuff, I can actually like, open up the recording as it's going. I know on Linux this wouldn't be a problem, but on Windows sometimes it causes issues. Could also get the treasure and go back down for a recharge, spending all the money. Then one final save. I was actually thinking about that. Knowing that I have more than enough spell resources to do that, I probably could. I am a little bit reticent because it would take a long time, but the bright side is I wouldn't be tempted to go pick up treasure chests, which would result in me doing that area faster the next time through. Grab your phone and watch it that way. No, that's true. Twitch is often kind of a pain in the butt on my phone. It often complains about various things because I don't use it nearly enough. The only time I ever use Twitch on my phone, pretty much, is when my stream goes down because Comcast is being a butt. There was one time it wouldn't let me like watch and was like, no, you have to upgrade your version. I'm like, no, I just want to get into chat. I don't care about any of this. So, frequently very vexing. Yeah, I cannot believe they thought this was a good idea. Same, only if your stream goes down would you use mobile. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I'm never anywhere where I'd want to watch Twitch mobilely. I don't even watch, like, YouTube videos mobilely. Like, I'll listen to music on YouTube when I'm walking around, but, like, if I'm sitting down somewhere with my phone, I rarely want to watch a video on it. Like, if I'm on a plane, I don't generally want to watch a video, I just want to do some reading. If I'm in a bar or a restaurant, I generally just want to read my phone if I'm going to read something. Like, it just isn't a thing that I do is watch stuff on my phone, because I could watch it on my computer if I'm at home, or my projector if I'm at home. So it doesn't really do a whole lot for me. If this doesn't scream Final Dungeon, what does? Pat moderates FF3 mob submission. Not a good idea, this is a great idea. Look at the size of Crystal Tower. It doesn't scream Final Dungeon, what does? Fair point, Desi. Fair point. I would say it took Square a while to figure out what makes an RPG work really well. I was kind of hoping that Final Fantasy III was on the tail end of that, and it might just be. Because we still have to see what Final Fantasies 1 and 2 really have to bring to the table. Enix figured it out before Square did. You know, I've never played enough Dragon Quest to really know. My roommate was a fan. I want to say he had a lot of fun playing Dragon Quest VII? Whichever one was for PlayStation 2 and came out around the same time as Kingdom Hearts. It might have been 9. It was an odd number. That's the best I can do. Can't think of another Final Dungeon that's this mean. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that I could think of a single, like, game, modernish game, that has the ability to save, but basically says, no, you can't, for the last, like, 4 hours, 3 hours of the game or something. Nah, that's not it. Maybe it's 10. DQ 30-year anniversary museum in Nara in Japan. We happened to be there. Saw it on a train. It was amazing. Still traveled in 3D sculpture. Oh, that sounds awesome. I love that kind of stuff. Little pop-up museums. Like, Japan just does a lot of short-timed events that just seem like they're kind of fun. If you're into a given anime or personality or something. go to a restaurant and get their favorite pasta or some weird thing like that. In a way that, like, they just don't do that kind of thing over here in America, except for maybe, like, anime conventions or bigger conventions, and those are just huge conventions. You can't just drop into your local whatever beef bowl place and do that kind of thing. They're on Halloween, the whole month was theming. Oh, that seems awesome. Yeah, I bet Halloween in Japan could be pretty cool. Wonder if how many people actually celebrate it, like go out and dress up. Cosplay's big. I don't know if like Halloween is a big day for cosplay though. Couples and friends dress up a lot. Oh, that's cool. I'm willing to bet you probably saw a lot of anime characters in addition to the Halloween standards. I wonder if you see a drop in the number of costumes that can be described as slutty noun in Japan compared to other countries. This is one of those, like, sociology things you could almost do a paper off of, I wonder. What the sort of rate of that, what the base rate of that is in various countries. Most costumes you saw, wasn't full costumes, a lot of people there match more. Most costumes you saw was at Universal Studios Japan. I'm gonna guess, like, people were dressed up as various Universal characters. I think, like, Universal does, I want to say they had, like, a superhero franchise. What are Universal characters? Oh, hello. I need to take this. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. It might have been related to my banking, so I had to take that one. It was good, though. I got up and used the restroom while I was at it. So, good moment for stretching. Yeah, it's good to be back. I can catch up on chat really quick. Schoolgirls, Cop Robber, Joker. Oh, Joker, right, because they do some DC stuff, maybe. People with Mario hats. Oh, yeah, Universal got Mario now. Red shirts, blue pants. Zombie nurse. Playboy bunnies. Girls wearing American jerseys. Panda hats. Striped prison shirts. Where's Waldo? I feel Where's Waldo is one that always shows up. I'm going to save outside of the tower before I go and do anything. I'm going to take this encounter before I do anything. Barbershop Quartet. That's actually pretty awesome. Did they sing any? Because that'd be even cooler. But yeah. So, good phone call really quick. Nothing bad. Everything's good. Had a sign on cardboard, but you can't read kanji. That's fair. It's one thing to learn spoken Japanese to an extent you can kind of listen and understand certain things, but kanji is a whole another hill of beans. It's one of those things I'd like to learn, but have not put nearly enough work in to have learned. Okay, I'm going to save over 29. 28 is the one I don't want to save over in case I have to really, really, really restart. Okay, so we're going to actually go up the tower a bit and then come back down a bit after acquiring most of the junk. Warp doesn't work here, which would be really nice. And then we'll go down to Eureka, because really I need levels too. Like, I got my butt kicked by Zande. He brought the chocolate Meteor Rain. Cherry chocolate Meteor Rain, even. And having some extra levels and skill levels can't hurt. And I did notice as I went up the tower last time, like, I was getting more spell slots, even in places where I wasn't using them, so it's not a bad idea. Fun enough you ask random locals you're with to help translate random shrines and stuff. Like, yeah, they can't read that. Well, part of it is, like, the stylized version of kanji can be a bit harder to read, too. Like, the difference between, like, calligraphy and regular kanji can be a bit tricky. Of course, this is also the case with English calligraphy and regular English, so. As Fistbit is always fond to remind me of the hilarity of trying to make me read the longhand in Gabriel Knight 2, even though the game actually reads it if you press on it. So. Some is because we're anywhere from 1,000 to 400,000 years old. That probably makes a big difference, too. English info tricky? Yeah. Remember the first time I encountered that long S? What a character, that long S. Wait, there's more curing I need to do. I wasn't paying enough attention there. Yeah, that's it. I would say there's been a lot of changes in English over the years, but not entirely. The great vowel shift, for one. And I'm still a big fan of using assorted words that were not meant to be used in a positive context. Ow. Actually, flame doesn't... Yeah, flame still hurts a lot. Never mind. I don't like these guys. Like gruntled. Or plussed. Or pulsed. Keeping up with a lot of Ukrainian and Russian text for reasons. I started to learn a lot of letters. I'm seeing them daily-ish, so you know where they came from in Greek Latin. My understanding is Cyrillic is actually quite easy to read once you get the handle on it. It's like a fairly logical system where, like, what you see is more or less what you get. Same for Hangul, as I understand it. Like, that is a script where, once you understand how to read it, you can read it. It's not hard. Because it's very what you see is what you get. One of the letters in Russian is P, which is Rho and sounds like R. Hindi is like... Really? Hindi is like that? I wouldn't have expected Hindi to have that kind of nature in its script, but that's actually pretty nifty. Hangul gets it because quite literally someone sat down, like I believe a king of Korea sat down and said, I'm making a new system. Ah, nuts. And then he did. He's like, this makes logical sense to me. We're just going to do it this way. And everyone just kind of went along with him. And you know what? It's worked out for him. So. You can write in Spanish and English. But you can write Spanish or English and Hindi script very easily. Interesting. Huh. Tutorials in Hindi are usually half English anyway. I'd assume it depends upon which type of tutorial you're looking for, but... I just healed him, too. 3 days from retirement. I might pull up a map after I go up and down this once. Oh, I'm so summoning Odin. Hangul's groups of 1 to 3 letters which are stacked in each character, and each character is a syllable. Yeah. Actually, that's more than I know about Hangul. I actually only know about that nature of it, rather than actually knowing how to read it. And a Titan just to clean up in case. I mostly find the fact that it's a very, like, it's just an artificial top-down imposed script. Because I don't think that happens too often in history. Where someone just like, this is how language is going to be, and then everyone just kind of agrees and goes along. I think I want to say like Alexander might have done something similar with Greek. Or Latin, I forget. But I might be wrong on that front. Bulgogi is the only word you need. Fair enough. Ow. Flame still hurts enough that I actually have to pay attention. Come on, don't do it. I don't like these guys. Getting ambushed by them sucks. Actually meant to cast Shiva. A lot of Hindu speakers mix in English, but Hindi is very vast and have 0 English. Photosynthesis. Hindi can have 0 English in higher registers. Interesting. Yeah, beef bulgogi. I do like beef bulgogi. Triple caption stuff. Triple subtitled. Oh man. I didn't know that was a real thing. There was a webcomic I read back in the day called Achewood, and one of the arcs was about making plausibly deniable... How best to phrase this? Plausibly deniable rental cases for gay pornography. And one of them was, like, mentioned that it was double subtitled. There was all sorts of ridiculous stuff they were trying. And of course, that plot actually went nowhere. It went somewhere else entirely after, like, 3 or 4 comics, but still. Gotta go. Alright, see you later, Matt. Enjoy class. Or sleep. Probably class, though. Got my Phoenix down. Share more. Yeah, I could link you to it if you want. It wouldn't be that hard for me to find. Achewood is kind of an older, nuts, internet comic, and so there is certain amounts of things you would expect to find that are not quite as nice as it used to be. Yeah, I just want to warn you up front. Like, there's definitely some there's definitely some language that would not be used now in that comic strip. But yeah, I'd look up that arc for you. At least that part's pretty innocuous. Yeah, dated stuff, exactly. The best part of Achewood, without a doubt, is a arc that starts with Todd the Squirrel trying to convince Ray, who is a cat, to invest in his idea, which is truck nuts. He's quite literally pitching truck nuts, which are plastic testicles you put on the trailer hitch of your truck for some reason, to Ray. And Ray decides to pivot that instead into plastic testicles you could put on your phone. And then it actually spirals out to be the great outdoor fight, which is basically the best arc of that entire comic run. It's one of those things that by all accounts should not have worked, but damn did it. I need to stop casting Titan with this character. How long has it been between Dogwood and Achewood and Truck Nuts? I think, honestly, Truck Nuts actually existed before the arc in Achewood, but I cannot tell you. There are fewer dogs in Achewood than you would expect. Oh, come on, just give me... I've been ambushed like 8 times on this floor alone. I definitely did not burn through this much shit coming up. I just want them dead. I want them very dead. Sounds hilarious. Yeah, I'll send you some links, Desi, to the couple of the anchor things that I was talking about. Actually, if you send me a reminder, I'll be more likely to do it. I probably should without, but... Oh, come on. Waste of an Odin. But I can find at least a couple of those pretty easily. Get rendered? Yeah, of course it rendered. Actually, yeah, no, now I think about it, I should be a little bit surprised that it rendered. Because I do try to throw away an awful lot of Unicode stuff, but I also keep around, like, the original messages I'm sent from Twitch. And so for me, it actually rendered correctly. For you guys, it rendered correctly. When I went through the system, it probably did some bad UTF stuff that if it needed to be acted upon, might have caused something to crash, but it didn't need to be acted upon. It was just a message, so... But the renderer in question is actually just Chrome. And Chrome supports Unicode fairly well. Actually, it's Chrome on my side. I guess I don't actually know what OBS uses internally. It's either embedding Chrome or IE or Firefox. But I'd assume it's using an embedded Chromium, would be my guess. But I honestly don't know. Still disappointed that wasn't a heel spring. Somewhat modern. Okay, cool. I have that note from you, Desi. I'll remember to do that after the stream, hopefully. Because I can do it, it just takes time and typing. Thankfully, like an awful lot of webcomics of that era, it's all searchable, surprisingly. Someone bothered to transcribe every webcomics, every single comic's text, and put it into a search engine called Oh No Robot, I think. Which mostly works. Sometimes it has problems, but it mostly works. I don't know if people do this for comics anymore. At least a couple of the comics I read, thankfully, the creators of them transcribe them, which is really nice. Back when I was still reading, what was it, Earthworld, before that whole thing was canceled. I don't mean like externally canceled, I mean like the creator decided to stop doing that. Because of other circumstances which are not ideal. But he would include everything that was written on in the panels and on the screen. Oh, come on. And frequently there were oftentimes an awful lot of like cursive longhand stuff, so it was really nice that he would do that. Well, at least we'll get the bottom one killed. And the top one. I remain cautiously optimistic. These guys don't have that much HP. There we go. Yeah, I was introduced to Achewood by my friend in college when we were living together briefly in Mountain View. Oh, so long ago. Oh, he doesn't have life. Would have been like 2007, 2008. That row is really doing an awful lot of stuff. I need to cast less stuff on that row. Okay. Gotta be at least a little careful as we go up, because I still have to come down. But it's mostly healing that's the problem whenever I get ambushed by these creeps. I am actively annoyed that they keep getting death off, and it actually works. Yeah, I think Bartz is immune to death, because I think Bartz is wearing the ribbon. Life 2 is great. Yeah, I want to save the higher slots for when I'm going back down. But I think you have a good argument in the sense that I'm burning important lower slots, too. Have to think about that. Also, it's just annoying to heal people back up to full and have them die a minute later. Makes me miss the brief period of time where I was using the blood equipment. The blood equipment was really handy for this. Helped living off the land. Yeah, I'll just do a life 2. I can burn one of those. And just hope I don't run into more of the Kumkums. Oh, I wanted to equip that. Yeah, it's fine. The generals aren't all that terrible. I'm fairly certain we can kill them in one shot. Degenerals or degenerates. I was going to leave that for people to decide on their own. They could be double generals. We did run into or double D earlier. Okay. Oh, I want to put the staff. Completely spaced on that. Okay, not got a menu after this fight anyway, because people are running low on HP. You know, I think the thing I like most about using the summons is I don't have to worry about targeting. That was the part that was really awkward about using regular spells, is like you have to think about what you want to target and make sure you actually hit it. And now I don't have to, which is really nice. I just get the benefit of hitting whatever's on the screen. So, yeah, they are so good. So good! Ambushed. I was gonna heal. Eh, we can last another turn. Rama. Oh, wait, no, let's not throw out a Rama. That's on the cure row. Yeah, Ifrit's on a row I don't care about. That's where we're going to use a lot of Ifrit. Teen Girl Squad. You used to press tab so hard, find all the flash. That was one of the best things about, like, the medium of flash animations, was you could hide that kind of stuff. All of the strong bad things had those. And I did love Teen Girl Squad. I still think it's kind of funny. Four Gregs wasn't quite as good, but I get what they were going for. This one. Probably overkill. What's sad is that Ruffle doesn't actually replicate that particular aspect of Flash stuff. I don't think you can use tab to find interactable surfaces. Which is just a little bit of a bummer. It changes the nature of it a little bit. One of these days we'll get to do Flash games and stuff. Actually, kind of, well, I could do that, actually. Maybe I'll flip a coin and decide what we'll do for April Fool's Day, and maybe might have some Flash game stuff in it. We'll see. Yeah, Shiva didn't do shit there. Maybe these guys are immune to that. Sounds like a pull request. Oh, I'm not doing that. Ruffle's a big enough project that it would take forever to get that kind of thing implemented, I imagine. And it might implement it by now, actually. Last time I used Ruffle, I touched Ruffle was probably 2 years ago. I probably should upgrade the instance I have on that one website now. Because like I said, it's over 2 years ago. Maybe longer. Because I did it like, what, maybe not. Yeah, sometime after the death of Flash. It was one of those single-purpose websites where literally all it does is play a Flash animation. Kind of like Zombocom, except Zombocom has the HTML5 version now. The only limit is yourself. That's Zombocom. The impossible is possible at Zombocom. Yeah, someone ported it to HTML5. They just like exported the video stuff again or something. I don't know if it's the same people, but yeah, there's a nice HTML5 version of it. An absolutely perfect parody of those Flash intros that some startups used in the 90s. Those should no, shouldn't come back. Never mind. I do gotta miss the Flash intros. There was something to them. They were kind of fun, even if they were really silly. And of course, I like the fact that people learning Flash were learning a useful, marketable skill in high school that they could, later take to, make money or pivot into programming or animation or any other productive venue. Even if all they were doing was making silly animations at the start or Flash loops. The potential was there. And I just don't think you get quite the same thing by learning how to edit videos with TikTok. This is an easy fight. I don't have to do anything. Cool. Yeah, I'm certain people still make art websites. I saw one on Hacker News a little while ago, which was like, the CSS for that website was brought in from YouTube comments. Ah, nuts. Nuts. This fight is not going well. Can throw out the big guns and hopefully they don't get us. Come on, Bahamut. Murder them all. Phew. Superbad was in your go-tos. I think that was one of the ones that had a curved scroll bar. Like, Superbad is in, like, the movie? Or was there a Superbad website that had that fun sort of mechanic? I'm not going to use a spell slot for that. Where are you? Soft. There we go. Yeah, everyone else is Superbad.com. Oh, I never went there. Switching to Ninja, I'm kind of tired of looking at Sages. Exploratory random art sites. Ah, gotcha. Those were fun. The one I was talking about a minute ago had, last time I looked at it, would kind of pause for a second and then rotate the entire body. Oh, come on! Rotate the entire HTML body. Like 3 or 4 times before it finally settled down and actually let you read it. It was kind of funny. Just something about having the entire page spin around counterclockwise amused me. Could you use a Phoenix down? No. No, I could not. Had 250 cursors and they moved with yours? Oh, that's... 2,500 cursors. That's scary. Hilarious, but scary. Oh man, there was also like that Flash game where like you had to keep your cursor away from this little like caveman looking dude and you keep trying to steal it. That was a really fun one. They are kind of useless in battle, bring you up to 1. Yeah, that's a fair point. But so are the spell slots that I have for life, just life 1. So I'm not too worried about burning those. I guess life 1 is on the same row as cure 2, isn't it? Ooh, petrify. I never got these guys to petrify, or anything to petrify in this game. Amusement, you say? Ads! Oh, I do have to go all the way around the other way. Well, on the bright side, I am learning the map layouts. Had a thought. What would happen if someone redeemed ads again? Ads us in an ads, adception, ads in the newspaper. What would happen if someone redeemed ads again is it would just add time. So you get, what, like 5 minutes of ads from there? If you redeem it again, it would turn into 10 minutes. So if you wanted to stack them, you can. Once I implemented it properly, well, once I actually implemented it to happen automatically, I realized that stacking would be a problem. And so anything that has that sort of timer property, I have sort of a kind of framework for now. There's a few things that still don't really fit into it well, but ad nauseam. Have a decent number of them. Oh, that's true. I might consider that. But I might need them later. He did not, in fact, need them later. I just realized also I think I could have gone down and did about half of this maze instead of doing all of it. In fact, I'm fairly certain that's the case. Alright, well, we'll do that next time. Some kind of framework sounds like a bodge. I mean, it kind of is a bodge job. Basically, it's like a... just a delay dispatch. There's a queue of functions that should run later. And it checks every once in a while whether or not they need to be run. And if I say to run them, to delay it again, it just adds time to its delay. It's a reasonably simple system. Yeah, it's kind of like a promise. Guess if you win a battle with only a ninja in the final area, I can Phoenix down a sage. Yeah, that's true. I just feel like using up consumables before the final area is a little bit of a waste. Especially because we're going to walk down the tower again. And go to a place where they let me heal up. So... yeah, it's not great because it doesn't actually, like, store this information elsewhere. Like, if I was really smart, I would put this information like a SQLite database or something. So that things can get stuck. But honestly, it's good enough for what I'm doing. Yep, I only have 85. That's not enough. I think it was Zuccotti who mentioned that in the game, I want to say Get in the Car Loser, there's a fight that actually punishes you for holding on to all of your awesome items. Which is at least an amusing subversion. But still a subversion. Yeah, yeah, that one is dumber. That one's a bodge job. I really should sit down and clean up this ad bot to be a little bit smarter about commands. It just doesn't know anything about them, because I had to clean out some of the framework stuff, because really there should only be one bot using the framework. Because it does a bunch of stuff related to, like, reward clearing and things, so... basically, I need to give it a different, like, base class. I feel if I do sit down and decide to refactor some of my bot code, I'll probably do it on there first before I try to take on my bot. There's too much tech debt from having a really lousy interface there. The current interface for like every function has like 4 parameters, most of which are uninteresting to most things, and the last one is like the IRC context parameter, which is also uninteresting. So, well, it's not. It's occasionally interesting. There's a lot in there. Just a matter of stuff to clean up at some point. On the bright side, I'm still getting levels at a reasonable rate. One more floor to go. Yep. And then that floor is pretty straightforward and just has a few useful items I can pick up and sell. You know, if I had more swords... Probably should have kept some swords. I could have just turned everyone into ninjas. But that's probably a bad idea long term. But you forgot about having a reserved one. You always have to have a reserved parameter, because it's Windows programming, you see. And yes, I did notice the discontinuity. And then all the other floors, yeah. But on the bright side, I won't be tempted by treasure chests, so I'll be taking a much more direct route next time. And I found a high potion. I can always farm high potions on this floor. Change people into ninjas, then go back to Sage, you get back many of your spells. That's a fair point. And also, I wouldn't get skill levels for my Sages. I was thinking more for, like, leveling purposes. Because it would simplify fighting things. Like, if I have 2 strong ninjas, if I had a 3rd strong ninja, I could just press B. I'm actually pressing B because it's an SNES controller through the whole thing. But that's really not how we should play it, because skill levels matter. As Darwinian once said, ability is a skill learned with job training. And we believe it. Alright, have some water for a sec. I love how Thor is basically a wussier version of the djinns we have to fight on the first floor. Still can't believe you're playing on an actual Famicom with an SNES controller. I'm fine being a heathen. It makes my hands not hurt. Those controllers are pointy. And it's just a better controller. Like, the SNES is a much nicer controller than the NES. I still need to get an NES controller or another SNES to NES controller adapter for playing Zelda. I never got around to purchasing one. I started looking into it, and then I think Stone Age Gamer was out of them, which isn't ideal. Because you need 2 controllers if you're going to play Zelda. NES Dogbone slant the wrong way. I guess I could buy one of those game consoles just to get the controller. How you doing, Fistbit? You have the high ground, Squiggles? Alright, I have collected all of the things in this tower, now to go back down. How you doing, Fistbit? The clone controllers? Yeah, the clone controllers on that what was that game system thing, were actually pretty nice. Sonic's rounded off NES controllers, they look nice. You like the rectangles, though? Fair. I mean, basically, I would never use the same controller outside of, like, inputting the Zelda code. Or up in A or whatever it is. So it doesn't actually matter if it's a nice controller or not. Alright, that room's full of dragons, so we're just gonna leave it alone. And I wanted to heal a little bit. Oh, right, those. Return the wrong value after 8 reads. Well, that's a pretty good argument not to do that, then. I remember the NES Advantage looking cool back in the day, but I never actually tried using one. I like the idea of a fight stick for the NES, though. Like, there's a lot of advantages to using that kind of... I'm so glad that that worked. Using fight sticks over regular controllers in certain instances. like fighting games, but like I don't think there's any fighting games that actually have like the quarter circle or dragon punch inputs that you have to worry about in the NES. But also the fact that you're just like not, things aren't connected, which is kind of nice. And proper arcade joysticks are just nicer in general than D-pads. I probably should heal bots. But at some point I need to acquire one. Or I guess what I could do, if I was feeling really retro, is I could play it on the Famicom. I did find where I put the RF receiver, RF transceiver, whatever the hell the thing is, that takes RF and outputs composite. So I could do that, because the Famicom does in fact have 2 controllers already. The downside, I would have to use a Famicom. So yeah, the advantage. Squiggles has one. Both Squiggles and Fiskbit are collectors of older game systems. You know, I'd still rather use a regular NES controller than use the CDI's remote again. That thing was just terrible. Part of that's my fault. Yeah, I'm playing on the AV Famicom. I also have a regular Famicom, which has the 2 controllers that are attached to it. The AV Famicom, on the other hand, only has controller slots. I only have 1 regular controller, which is to say the SNES, the NES to SNES converter. Are there not mods to make a composite RGB? Oh, probably. I'm just saying the one I have only does RF out. How you doing, Victory Gen? AV Gen talking about CDI remote. Oh, it's not good. Wouldn't be buying most of the stuff if it wasn't useful for research or whiskey. That's true. Yeah, maybe that's true. Yeah, the controllers on the CDI are just kind of awkward. Where the button placement is. Like, I just baffled someone looked at this and said this is a good idea. April 1st I can play Mega Drive games. That's not a bad idea. I have a couple of concepts that I want to play with first. But we'll see. RF is what you grew up with on the N60 until the N64. Oh my. Oh my. Yeah, I actually did use... I mean, you and everyone else. I'm certain there are better things, but the default controllers are not great. Just the layout of them is so painful. Oh, that's like an Intellivision one I think you're talking about. With the overlays and the 10-pad. Those ones, at least I understand why, because, like, 10-pads weren't that hard. I don't think I need a trackball controller. I mean, the only reason that we'd want to do that if we were going to play, like, the multimedia stuff on CDI, or play Myst, or 7th Guest, or something. And if I'm going to play Myst or 7th Guest, I'm going to play it on the Squiggle Box. Because I own both physical copies of... I've owned, like, 3 physical copies of Myst, and at least 1 copy of 7th Guest. Far enough down, I think we can get away with this. Don't know too much about outside of the NES, yeah. I want to say it was like, maybe the Atari 5200 also had a controller scheme like that. So many ambushes. Well, at least that was ineffective. I'll take it. The game knows I'm going down the tower. Jaguar? Okay. Atari did overlays too, and then it continued into the Jaguar. Ah, okay. Yeah, there were a few people who tried that just because, like, they liked the foam pad layout. It's not a bad layout. It doesn't make a lot of sense for games. But it's an interesting layout, and there's some interesting things there. My sister was complaining about game controllers being too big, and we of course had to remind her, basically tell her about the Xbox controller is huge meme. Because she was not aware of it. The OG Duke. Wasn't fun when we were 4. Kind of wish I had C64 as a kid. C64 seems like an interesting system for gaming, even though it wasn't a gaming system. But I always get that one and the Amiga mixed up in my head. I know they're not the same, but I get them mixed up. Just go straight up. At least we're getting our routes optimized a little bit. Eight SID chips and a half-built synthesizer. Oh, cool. Yeah, mod tracker stuff from that era is so good at times. Like, people really could make that computer sing. Amongst other ones. That's not the only one, but man, they could make that sing so well. Mod trackers were just like MIDI, but way better. Mod eyes on your phones can listen to HVSC anywhere. Nice. Ah, why do they always petrify Wiener? Why does Wiener always get solidified? High Voltage SID Collection still stream. I think I've been to that website. Or maybe I used to go to like one of the other mod tracker ones back in the day. Because like if you wanted to stream music, it was much easier to stream small music. I do leave the straight lines there for other people to pick up sometimes. Oh man, I once found an entire directory, because there used to be a thing you could kind of get away with online, where you would look for people who just had open Apache directories, and just look at their files and see what you could find. Like, Google's made it harder in recent years. But I found one guy who worked in the medium of mod tracker files, and he had all of his mod tracker files there, and I downloaded them all, and I really liked them, so I converted them to MP3s, and then deleted the mod tracker files. And I'm just thinking about, it's like, why did I bother? It took up all of like 3 megabytes. Why did I delete those? Complete waste of my resources. FTPs had Mac stuff? Oh yeah, old FTPs were fun too. Just the sort of magic of exploring random files. I still have like an open Apache index on my machine right now. Trying to find if there's a specific thing I'm looking for in there. I might just go and like get the whole thing and then poke through it later. Because it looks like it could be interesting. And I doubt the person running the site will notice if I do it. So. Turning FPGA in. Yes, I know. Mistakes were made. The dumb thing is it worked in Winamp. There was no reason to do it. Like, I was using Winamp at the time, and I had the SID plugins to make it all work. The mod tracker plugins. There was zero reason to do it in retrospect. So, I think you can still go download his stuff if you want it. The guy's name is Dark Halo. And I think he backed up his mod file stuff a long time ago. It's sitting somewhere where you can still get it, but his site might have gone down since I last looked at it. It was only like 8 years. CD burned of tracked files, probably not ever find the originals of? Oh, probably. I remember when I used to burn files to CDs because I was running out of hard drive space. It was a very different time. I still have some of those CDs, but not very many of them. Every once in a while when I put it in the Windows 98 machine, it's the only one that actually has a hard drive, or a CD-ROM drive in it, and poke around for a bit. And it can, in fact, it understands most of the stuff other than, like, DivX movies. Since it has most of the same tech from when I was still downloading and burning things. Could always go and get a codec pack if I really cared enough. Or just transfer the files. I have the ability to do that. Using the good old Python web server. Yes, and I do own a couple, but they're inconvenient, so I don't bother. Like I said, I'm lazy. And usually what's on there isn't all that interesting. I like poke around like, oh, I remember downloading this. Okay, cool. Done. FFmpeg you probably figured out. I'll just throw it at VLC. VLC plays everything. It's not perfect, but it plays everything. Just put pizza in the oven, how's the game? That's not too bad. We got all the way to the top floor to get all of the remaining stuff to sell in Eureka. And now we're just walking back down. So... like, I'm pretty sure I still have, like, 1 or 2 in the other room that I could easily plug into my Mac if I wanted to. Just, I'm lazy. And plus, it's hard to actually sort out which discs have stuff on them, because I just have, like, 2 big spindles of CDs. And I never labeled, like, half the discs I burned, because I didn't think anything about it at the time. And so I just have to kind of look at it and say, does it look burnt? Yeah, it kind of does. And put it into a pile and then sort it out later. At least nowadays, if I burn a CD, I usually at least mark it down with the indelible marker. What is on there in my terrible handwriting, which means I don't frequently know what it is. See if any of the equipment you got was worth equipping. I believe everything I got was stuff of the form of, like, crystal equipment. The only thing that was really useful was the ultimate staff, and I've already equipped that on Bart's. Because it gives me element up on the 3 major elements, which is useful for using the lower level spells. I think. Squiggles, yeah, he bought a camera. USB camera. I'll double check, but I don't think any of the equipment I have is actually useful. Because I bought crystal equipment in Eureka. Like, another weapon would be useful, but I don't think I've dropped, like, anything has dropped. No, Crystal is totally worth it, just I already have it on other people who can equip it. My Sages can't equip it. My Ninjas can, I already have a full set. Just because I didn't think I'd be coming back to Eureka, so I bought the stuff I needed. That's a dead end. Why'd I go that way? No, that's not a dead end. Oh god, I forgot how I got through here. Happy because beneath your service book has a SD card reader. Your plan was to put Black Arch VM on an SD card, but it sticks out the side and my flimsy might break. Oh, that's not ideal. Yeah, speaking of SD card readers, that's something I'm really happy that the newer Macs brought back, is the proper SD card slot. Because having to go and fish out the other one was kind of a drag when I was briefly using my work laptop for some such things. Just not fun. And SD cards are still so useful and sort of a universal interface, even if USB-C has taken over an awful lot of it. There we go. This isn't a dead end. I'm just dumb. I thought I needed to go up, not down. Right. They have made it very confusing, and of course I get to get ambushed by the fucking Flame Devils. I think these guys do more damage than anything else I've run into, aside from the, like, insta-death guys. Like, they just straight up do so much fire damage. In fact, there's a small chance I will die if I don't kill at least a couple of them before all of them get to go. See if it works. It is so confusing. So very confusing. Because you just keep going up and down and left and right and revisiting floors and all that nonsense. But we are so going to burn some capacity to make this work, because I do not care to have to come all the way back up there. Oh, use the bottom one. Got plenty of Cure 3s. Yeah, once I get back down, though, like, the Eureka stuff is a lot easier to deal with, and I can start burning higher-level spell slots, because I know I'm going to end up next to the Healing Spring sooner than later. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well... big money, no whammies, Bahamut. It's just worth it when they manage to get off 2 out of 3 damagey things. And it's always the same characters. They always go after Butts and Wiener. It's consistent and vexing. I don't feel like going to another menu. They really accomplished exactly what they set out to do in this dungeon. I can't argue with that as much as I'd like to. The pacing in this game is so weird. Oh, it is. Strike first. Why couldn't I have gotten a larger group for that? Rest of the game is fine, then Earth Crystal Beyond is breakneck speed. I mean, I don't know if I describe it as breakneck speed. I've kind of slowed down significantly. Like, what I've done in this stream is about the first 30 minutes shopping. I spend an hour going up the tower and dying, and now I spend another hour going up the tower and coming back. So, yeah. Even Final Fantasy IV by the end game, the final dungeon shows a mean streak in the series. There. I mean, I think the biggest problem with the pacing is, like, the jobs just don't keep up. Like, it would have been nice if we'd gotten access to the better version of the White and Black Mage, like, one crystal earlier. Maybe one of them, but not both of them. I don't know. We're making progress. It's true. We're leveling up. We're getting skill ups. And we're getting money. Getting lots of money. I'm kind of debating what I want to do here. So I kind of feel like what I'm probably going to end up having to do is spend the entirety of this session grinding. Breaking it because of your job upgrades, you get your ultimate weapons and your classes suddenly do more damage, and end bosses can one-hit KO your party. That is true. Oh, these guys divide, don't they? No, these guys summon. Yeah, several steps are missing between there. I can't disagree with that. Gotta go this way. I do wonder if I'd tried exploring the other reaches of that area if I'd would have had a chance at the Dark Cloud. But at least I learned my lesson. Don't go and try to fight the Dark Cloud immediately. It will kick your ass. Severely. Alright. Skill up really doesn't help you now. When you get a job level, it makes you switch back, cost less capacity. I kind of assumed that the skilling up influenced the number of spell slots you had and stuff. That was kind of my guess as to how it worked. Is that incorrect? Like, I kind of felt it made you vaguely better at your job over time. Purely level-based, not job. Oh. I'm disappointed, actually. Like, I'm not going to change jobs anymore. Like, that's just not in the cards anymore. Alright. Save. We're keeping 28. In case. Just in case. Alright, it's time to go down now. Down to Eureka. Time to see how well I remember this map. And throw Odin at everything that I don't want to fight. Leviathan... Odin. It also helps that I won't be fighting nearly as annoying enemies down here. I remember none of the enemies down here being all that terrible. Especially compared to the fire dudes up there. Those fire dudes are awful. Everything else down here by comparison is not so bad. But those fire dudes suck so much. Change a Sage to a Ninja will cost a lot, but changing back to Sage is cheap because job levels. Same with Ninja, Sage, and back. Okay. I guess I just assumed it had a more complicated system than that. So I just misunderstood, I guess. Ultimately. But it's fine. Summoning Odin riding on Seth near the cut. That is a little bit funny when you think about it. Yep. Like, I want to say in Final Fantasy V, you get a little bit of benefit over time. Maybe you don't actually get benefit over time. Like, I think mainly it's your ability equipment. When you equip with an ability that actually enhances your stats. I don't know if going up in job level matters there. Multiple Slipners, in fact. Yeah, let's go with Leviathan. This only has, like, what, 3 floors down? So it's not too bad. Just input all the stuff and then go. There are way shorter floors. That is also true. There's less back and forth. I have to reply to that afterwards. Just my boss sent me a message. Not an important one. But a question about calculations I was trying to do. Which didn't work because I have a misunderstanding in the API. Not a big deal, but still annoying. I'm also not going to be going out of my way to get treasure because I've already gotten all the treasure. Which helps. Like, that's why I'm not even healing butts. I'm like, I'm not remotely worried about him dying now. Like the rando, you can save anywhere. I'm already liking that part. You save indoors, then reload. You return outside of the dungeon where you saved. Oh, I like that, actually. That's fair. Yeah, maybe I should have done something for butts. Ouch. Those rolls are really random. Now, what am I doing? Ah. Bahamut. Clearly the right call. Alright, well, I think they might kill butts. Everyone else will be fine, but they might kill butts. Guess I should have been a little bit worried in case I got ambushed by Huakas. Guess I'll have to heal after this. Annoying, but not the end of the world. Yeah, I would say just saving anywhere greatly improves this. Like, even if it is in the middle of a dungeon. Also, being able to use escape in the final dungeons would be really nice, given how long they are. I don't know why they decided to do this. Like, warp would be nice too. I guess warp gets a little confusing because of the multiple floors thing, but like, or multiple paths, but like, clearly that existed in the other areas. Look at that, 4k HP on the nose. Ain't that nice? See, that's the power of being a monk for a short period of time. For an incredibly long period of time, compared to being, you know, a knight or a dragoon or something. Stat growth in this game is weird. There's only 2 of them. I can just kind of ignore them. Okay, so how am I going to play out the rest of this? Because, like, this has been the plan. Is to go down to Eureka, and then buy Shurikens. What am I doing after that? So I've got a few options off the top of my head. One, of course, is blitz back up the tower. You know, go out, get out of Eureka, walk out to save, and then go for it. The fact that I get my healing back after the mandatory Dark Cloud fight is useful. So I get all my slots back and everything, which is nice. So I don't really need to worry too much about, like, being as careful on the way up. The other option, of course, is the one that Evil Ghost points out is I could grind more. I'm already at levels, what? Mostly 50. So my job level is just for the hell of it. 12. It's not very much. Also 12? Yep. Also 12? 10. Must be different curves for some of these guys. Wouldn't grind needs strats to beat things? Okay. I mean, part of the problem is it's such high risk, high reward at this point. Left. Like, it will take me another 30 minutes to go up that tower. And then anything else after that. So if I die again in a stupid way, I'm going to be hosed and have to do the whole thing over. I will gain information, but still. Wow, the ninja's actually tough enough to... Alright, ninjas have a lot of defense in this game. I'm at level 50. That is still a pretty high level, all things considered. And since I have to take all the fights on the way up, I'm liable to gain at least a couple more levels before getting to Zande again. Keep in mind the final boss is hurt. That's a fair point. That's a very fair point. Like, I was not able to out-heal Zande. I mean, I might have been able to, because he only meteos every other turn. But, like, 2 Cure 4s at this point heal approximately... Like, if I spread out a Cure 4 to the entirety of my party, it heals approximately, what, like 500 HP? Somewhere between 4 and 5. In fact, let's take a quick look, since there's really no downside here, at how much a Cure 4 cures. So do 2 Cure 4s. What do we get out of here? So I'm healing 500-ish on each, I guess. Assuming it's very similar. Okay, 500 to 600. So I can heal about 12... About a K to a K and change every time I cast Cure 4. That isn't quite enough to keep up with Meteo. If he gets off Meteo, really, if he did just Meteo. But since he does Meteo Libre, I could easily keep up with that boss. The problem is, that Dark Wave, or whatever the Dark Cloud does, did what, like, I think like 2k? Which means I could heal 2 people enough using Cure 2s. So if I did Cure 4s. So if I did Cure 4s on each person, I could probably keep that up. But then the order matters severely who goes first. It does make it a bit harder to reason about. So, there's some stuff to think about there. 2 steps from the damn door. Cure 4 to 1 character is full heal. I do have a lot of elixirs, that's true. Flare Wave, thank you. Boss is starting to throw painful AoEs. Yeah, they didn't do that quite as much in the past. I'm also blinded, which I wasn't expecting. I kind of assumed Cure 4 was just really heavy healing as opposed to being full. But sure, if we assume it's full healing, it just always gives you full healing. That's probably worth it. I'm not in any hurry to end this fight because I'm just thinking about things. But the AoEs are a problem because I can only get off 2 Cure 4s per turn. Question. How does haste impact casters? Because when I cast haste, it says attack up. But I don't think that would matter for casters. Hooray! Alright, let's go check this out. Only affects number of attack, not turn order? Okay. It was worth a shot in terms of thinking. Alright. Oh, sell things. I completely forgot to sell all the crap that I wasn't going to use. I didn't buy 99 Kaiser Knuckles. I'm very certain that's a thing I didn't do. Did anyone notice me buying 99 Kaiser Knuckles? Because I don't think I did that. You did not notice. You're clipping it and checking it. Where would I have bought 99 Kaiser Knuckles? Did I do the glitch? Clearly wanted Rye Kaiser Knuckles? I guess. I heard about a glitch. I guess I did it on accident? I mean, if I sold that, I could buy a lot more Shurikens. So I'm kind of tempted. Those are the ones without the sesame seeds. I don't know. I don't know. So did I accidentally execute the glitch? And should I sell these and buy more Shurikens? I'm thinking, do I care about the integrity of this that much that I will just throw away 99 Kaiser thingies when I accidentally did whatever the glitch was? 33 is a lot. Speedrun.com will nix my run. Yeah, what did I do? And how did I duplicate an item that I didn't have? Oh, I guess that answers that question. Is found in the DS version. But that's in the DS version. Engaging in battle, most go to the item menu and decide the item to duplicate it. Use the item when in battle should have the item. I haven't used any items in battle this entire session. That's definitely not a thing I did. I'm actually a little bit weirded out here. I'm just gonna buy more Shurikens without selling those, because I'm a little bit worried about them. Duping items only happens one by one, not in stacks of 99. Okay. I've got I accidentally put it on a hot plate. Let me check. No. The console appears to be on the floor in my living room, which, as far as I know, has no hotspots. I think I'm a little bit worried about these weird Kaiser things, but I think in the interest of, like, integrity, I'm just gonna throw them away. I could have gotten more Shurikens, but I think this is fine. I got 35 Shurikens. That's a lot of Shurikens. Item upgrade glitch? Maybe. Several methods. They all play 99 of any item they can win in battle. Oh. You know what? I have 99 high potions and other items. I did see some high potions drop, which is probably what happened. Something like that happened. And so, okay, that's fair. It's on a hot plate, it won't get eaten half instead of in one go. Could swear what's on NES too. Haven't seen it on console in 30 years. Yeah, maybe. Either way, I think I'm good. I'm good. I don't need to abuse glitches right now. If I'm gonna abuse anything, it's gonna be save states. Can buy Kaiser Claws and a Myrrh. Thing is, I would remember having done that earlier when I cleaned out my inventory. So I definitely did not buy 99 Kaiser Claws by accident. So I'm gonna have to assume it was a glitch and just kind of move along with life. Integrity is for mechanical components. Well, that's a thing that happened. I'm still fucking blind. Wait, quick check. Yes. On a Mega Drive, used to get extra lives in Alkid by starting the game and then putting the cartridge out and putting back in repeatedly. Oh boy. I always find the whole, like, yanking the cartridge thing to be so sketch. I did it once because Fistbit told me that I should try it out when I was trying to diagnose something with this console. But I still felt bad doing it. So, never seen that glitch before? Alright! You know what? It's never happened before! And that just happens sometimes when you're playing games on Twitch. Oh, we were trying to figure out what was going wrong. What was it exactly? We're trying to figure out what was going on with, like, the hum of this machine, of the specific AV Famicom I have. And you suggested putting a game in and then yanking out the cartridge to test something. The EverDrive cartridge. I forget exactly why why you suggest this was a good idea. It's been a long time ago. I mean, the problem, as it turned out, was that the power supply that I had was not good. The Radio Shack one I had was not good for that console. So. But. Don't remember anything. I don't know. I assure you that I asked you about this, and that was your part of the debugging process. There is no sword level 0. What? Took 100 hits. Okay. This is fine. Nope. You tilted an N64 cartridge many years ago to leave swordless, it's fine. I think my favorite, like, cartridge tilt thing was the Japanese Get Down meme, where, like, if you tilt the cartridge a little bit with GoldenEye, it ends up with certain character models, like, losing all their vertices and going in weird places, and they'd play it with this Get Down, do-do-do-do-do-do, etc. song. It was an awesome little use of that. I think the first time I saw that it was Toho related, but still. I'm not a fan of save states either. Using save states is tricky and I always mess it up. One of my favorite things to do in like a JRPG is accidentally save state after I've completely boned myself. Absolutely unhelpful. Which is why I just don't do it anymore. That was the thing that happened to me so many times in the early 2000s, late 90s. So I've just learned not to save state. It's also possible that it was just an unreliable piece of hardware at the time. Like, the NES has, you know, it's easy for the thing to get dirty. Okay, Ifrit. The cartridge headers to get dirty, or the cartridge just not be seated completely correctly, resulting in weird reads. Or dirty power doing strange things. Cosmic rays. There's a million possibilities for why certain things happen. That happened once. In retrospect, maybe I shouldn't have parked my Nintendo right over my radioactive source. But, alas. Why I decided to keep my spare uranium underneath my living room floor, I'll never know. At least they're punching me. That's much nicer. There we go. Or at least, yeah, exactly. Or like your SRAM could have been dying. Could have been a bad case of SRAM. Guess it would have been too early for really bad caps. The capacitor plague happened in the late, mid to late 90s? Early 2000s? Is it depleted? I have no radioactive sources that I'm aware of in my apartment. I don't own a Geiger counter, so I'm not entirely certain, but I'm pretty certain. I think my dad actually owns a little bit of uranium. But it's like just like uranium ore. It's only like mildly radioactive. Nothing that would actually hurt you. Unless you like eat it. So just don't eat it. But he's a geologist and is qualified to own such things. Game was just fine. Only problem I ever had is the button batteries. Played so much I had to replace the battery. I don't think the lifetime of the battery is related to how many times you save. I'm pretty sure the battery is just going to last as long as it does independently. It's a shame those things can't charge off of like the 5 volts that it's given, but sometimes they just die early because batteries can be kind of crap. Out like 15 years, there you go. I didn't say I had none. I had none that I'm aware of. I mean, I'm mildly radioactive. You know, most things are. Bananas are. I don't have any bananas right now, but the bananas are mildly radioactive. There's probably something that would tick up. I'm just not aware of any that are, you know, that I've bought. It's like using E-Free. Hello, it's me. It's radioactive deity, it's me. Microwave with the door open. I mean, that's not really the same thing. Like, the microwaves produce high-power radio waves, but it's not exactly the same as any of the classes of radiation. Alpha decay, beta decay, or gamma rays. Wouldn't do it anyway, because it's just a bad idea, but it's not quite the same. Background radiation. Oh man. There was this webpage I read back in the day where this guy wanted to do, like, had a list of, like, weird microwave experiments, including, like, if you slice grapes in half and then put them on the plate, or on a plate in the microwave, they'll cause, like, plasma to form. Something weird like that. There's a few other things like that that he had listed. But the weirdest one was one he didn't do. He wanted to do one where he got a spare microwave and filled the entire microwave with egg whites. And then would run it for a bit in order to sort of see where the waves were going, because it would turn to sort of a semi-solid statue. And I've always remembered that, because it's just a weird image. It's like Menger's sponge of egg white that would have come out of this dude's microwave. Anyway. Microwave plasma, those are fun. Do it in half and let the skin connect. Ah, thank you, it's been a while. Aluminum foil on the CRT. I don't know, would that do something? Brookie Killer Instinct CD that way. Alright. Fair enough. What was another one of those? Oh, peep jousting. That's another fun thing you can do with a microwave. Just get a couple peeps, and then try to put them close enough so that when you microwave them and they kind of inflate the way they do, that one can knock the other over. That's always fun. Blocking capacitor. Oh, okay. Huh. How odd. Don't put the foil near the one edge of the envelope and then turn it on or off. Fun to leave the office and have someone remove it. Oh, that's not fun. Big capacitors can be fun to play with. We had a couple that were lying around and would charge them up using a bench power supply and then decharge them with a screwdriver just to hear the pop. Get the sparks. It's still kind of fun, honestly. Okay. I think, despite the fact that I've already gotten up twice this stream, before doing another assault on the top tower, I'm going to take a really quick stretch break. So I will be right back. Alright. Time to ascend. Let's go back to Sage mode. Or we'll immediately get into a fight. Strike first, at least a little bit of luck on the bottom floor. And now we're going to see if I can remember how to do this without going the wrong way. The really bright side, of course, is that I don't have to go pick up any more treasure chests. I have all of them. And in fact, how many elixirs do I have now? I have 13 elixirs. If there's only 14 elixirs in the game, that means I got all of them and I used one. I would say in terms of, like, actually beating the game, I'm feeling pretty good. I keep throwing Ifrits out because I like Ifrits so much. I'm really glad I went back and got those summons. They have definitely pulled their weight. I wish there was a second full moon. Like, that particular attack is so satisfying to watch. And it's such a bummer that I still have a sword to swimming after it instead of just throwing a second one. It's Celebi. Alright. My third ascent of this tower. What level am I at now? Probably should have checked before beginning the ascent, but I should be at like 51-ish, 50-ish for everybody. I imagine I'll probably pick up a couple levels going up. Yeah, 50-ish for everybody. Could you possibly swap the Mazamune and Full Moon in your hands and make it even better? Yeah, sure, why not? I doubt it's going to make a huge difference, but it's still fun, so we'll do it. Where's the reset button? No reset if it doesn't happen automatically. Only for 2 consoles do I have that implemented. Well, 2 platforms. SNES and PC. And I'm so glad I implemented it the way I did, because it just turns on and off all of the rewards if it, contextually. I don't have to think too hard about what I want to do with that. It's such a nice feature. Yeah, it's more of a finishing blow. I kind of like it a bit more that way. Alright. Still cautiously optimistic. Yeah, these guys don't care about that. Check something here. Nope, no change. Is fine. Yeah, no one's dead or stoned, so that's okay too. Don't feel like I've gotten all that much stronger since I've got up this tower, but it hasn't been that long either. Down. The hardest part is remembering what you're doing after a fight in a mazy area like this. Because there's so many options. Okay, I also really want to kill this guy before he gets me. Yeah, good. The solo Flame Devil is not that bad of a fight. The trio and quadro ones are kind of awful, but that's not too bad. I do love how they keep giving me money after all. Nuts. One of the nice things about Final Fantasy V is the final dungeon doesn't bother with XP. It just gives you, it just gives you more job points when you're fighting enemies. It's a nice feature. Still gives you money though, I think, even though there's no place to spend the money once you get started in there. Which just makes me appreciate Mario RPG all the more, because there's a final store right before the final boss, where you can go spend your excess cash that you've earned in the factory. And the plot convenience there is kind of nice. Like, Toad fights his way past all these monsters, or dodges all of them, or something clever. And gets past all of it to bring you these items. And of course, he has the best items that you can get in the game, too. So, props to Toad for making it happen. Was watching someone play Armageddon recently, and I'm like, you know, it'd be cool to play Final Fantasy, or cool to play Mario RPG again, but I don't know if I want to play Armageddon. I saw there was like a new Luigi hack that could be kind of cool. Very similar to the original game, but at least a little bit different. Or maybe I could try out the Bob-omb Mafia one. There's a few hacks, there's not a lot. Lazy Shell's a really hard editor to use. Even the short period of time where I was trying to use it to work on the randomizer, I found it crashed a lot. Which is nice that we're, randomizer-wise, getting away from any reliance upon Lazy Shell. You know, assuming Pidge finishes her refactoring at some point. She's been at it for like 2 years now. And I'm reticent to touch the randomizer because of it. It's one of those things where when someone's doing so much invasive work, you really don't want to mess with it because it'd just be a nightmare to merge. And someone's going to have to eat the nightmare. It's either going to be me or her, and I don't really wish that on her. There's nothing quite as terrible as a bad merge. Did have an idea for an orthogonal thing that I could implement. I think I have the wherewithal now to do it. But it's incredibly silly. I don't think it's worth the effort. One of those things like a few people would see and appreciate, but most people would never see it kinds of projects. How is your reset button wired to the NES? Or is that just the SNES? Just the SNES. So the USB thing just gives you access to the reset pin straight up, so it just resets the game. Or it forces NMI to jump to the reset vector or something. I don't exactly know what the implementation is, but it causes a soft reset, pretty trivially. I think I could do the same thing with the NES, but I haven't tried it. And PC, I just call shutdown. It works surprisingly well. You can just do that via, I think you actually call it to run DLL32 or something. I have a batch file that takes care of it after the fact, I think, because doing it straight from Python was tricky. Think about doing a taskbot thing, like thing on NES. You can do some things like that. But doing the controller, you can't mess with the controller stuff through the cartridge. Those pins aren't accessible. If you want to do a taskbot thing like on NES, you need to have it hooked up through the controller slot. And I think you also need to get it access to some other pins, like maybe the clock pin or something. There's a trick. I forget what it was, though. It's still kind of amazing that those work on, like, higher consoles, too. Like, the taskbot works for, and I think there's a taskbot that works for, like, N64. CD-based ones I can understand. That's probably never going to happen, because CD loads can be very random and dependent upon the drive itself, which just makes it really hard. But has an unused expansion port. Looks like VCR exposed a few pins. Amazed taskbot works on the NES than later consoles. I don't know. There's a lot more going on that makes it harder to understand timings on later consoles, I think. Like, PlayStation would be really hard because, again, like CD. N64 also feels like there's a bunch of caching stuff, but I guess it's fairly consistent whenever the game's actually running, so maybe that's fine. I don't know. More analog behavior, different resets and power cycles. That's fair. You've got, like, good PPU resets and all that, where things are in sync versus not in sync. It's still a lot. Alright. Okay, where do we go next? Left, down... Ultimate Dragon Warrior RNG nips look kind of insane. Well, as long as you, like... I don't know, there's a certain point where once you understand what's going on, it becomes a lot easier to manipulate that kind of thing. But you have to know the state initially, and if you know the initial state, then it works out. If you don't know the initial state, then it won't. That's true for an awful lot of RNG stuff. Done more than a couple CTF problems, which effectively reduce to sneak some amount of information out of the RNG and then figure out where it is in its cycle. Which isn't the hardest thing in the world once you understand what you're looking at and what you're looking for. But those two particular steps are not necessarily easy either. Boils down to A-star. Whole search tree being able to visually see the state. I mean, A-star is the hammer of the search world. We joke every ICFP that my brother who comes down for those competitions will just end up writing A-star at some point, and that will be his contribution to the entirety of the contest. The sad part is, it's frequently true. He tends to go for bigger hammer solutions. More generic bigger hammer solutions, whereas I'd write bad heuristic things. Every once in a while I win, though. Sometimes search with smart heuristics works just a lot better than throwing a smarter algorithm at it. It just depends. In fact, one year our entire submission was literally stuff that me and Squiggles wrote, which was a bit silly considering everyone else was trying something a lot smarter. For certain values of smarter, as we found out later. Do heuristics play at 8 hours? Yeah. It works. As we found out for that particular contest, like, good fitting heuristics was just the way to go. You basically were handed a set of inputs and their outputs and told to synthesize a function using these certain rules of this programming language. And the winning team just overfit their stuff. I underfit, unfortunately. Which meant I massively oversearched the area. If I hadn't done that, we actually had a fairly good distributed system that was cobbled together out of duct tape and glue. Duct tape and spit, so. Managed to snag 3rd in HushCon. I don't know what HushCon is. You mean HashCon? I'm curious. Is that legit? Is that a CTF? Sounds like it's a CTF. It could also be one of those, like, I don't know, hash collision thing hash contests. It's a con? Okay. Back attack. I'm so tired of back attacks in this game. Even knowing the route, it still takes a while to get up here. Picture DEF CON with 50 people and no cameras. Or maybe 150 people? Okay. DEF CON with a lot more plausible deniability that you were there. I like that. It's like a ninja convention. You just go into like a hotel ballroom somewhere, and you're may not even be sure you're there at the ninja convention. But if you look in the shadows, you can see the various booths and things. I'd love to claim credit for that, but I stole that from the Ask a Ninja guy. I'll be sure to be killer-conning you soon! Feels bad to dunk on someone and to have someone post you on social media? Oh, I bet. Would not advise that. Interesting, no cameras. How do they enforce that? Like, I don't know, metal detectors? Probably wouldn't work well enough because enough people have metal on them anyway. Everyone brings phones everywhere nowadays. And Google Glass kind of existed. I don't think it was good enough to be plausibly deniable, but like, pinhole cameras and the like have existed since the James Bond era, well, really the Cold War era. So you could easily do some things if you cared enough to, but would they catch you? Ban you and anyone invited you for life. That's a good incentive, not gonna lie. Social cures to technological problems tend to work a little bit better than purely technological solutions. Okay, I think the next couple ones aren't R. It had to be Shinobis. You know, throw a Leviathan. Just for the hell of it. Some variety. Ifrit's good enough, but like, I don't know, I want some variety. I have more than enough spells to get all the way up to the top. Like, what I'm worried about is the after I fight the Dark Cloud bit. Because I really don't know what my resource pool, or what I need to be worried about after that bit is going to look like. Because all I know is there's, I believe, 4 other stairways. I saw at least 2, but giving rules of symmetry. There's probably 4 stairways that aren't the way to the Dark Cloud. I'm gonna assume there's like load-bearing bosses at the end of each of those stairways, but I don't know how long those stairways are. Probably should heal a little bit. No, I'm fine. Have I fought a yellow dragon before? I don't think I have. I think it's the first time I've seen the yellow dragon. I wonder if he's a really bad... well, he's pretty badass compared to the other things I've fought down here. Ouch. Yeah, I'd say he counts as pretty badass. Probably should be smarter than just attacking, but I don't think he's going to be that much more badass. Maybe he is. Maybe this is a really rare encounter, and then I'm getting to see something interesting here and try to petrify him. Or he'll just die. Victory? Does he drop something cool? I got an elixir! Totally worth. Totally worth. Alright, I'm gonna heal now. That was a rare encounter then. $86 to go. I just weirded out because I've gone up and down this like twice now, and I have not run into a yellow dragon. So that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Also red and green dragons. That makes sense. I would also believe you if you told me there were blue dragons, possibly orange dragons, maybe purple dragons. But still cool to run into a thing that drops an elixir. Like, that makes me feel better about my endgame economy. I guess I probably should pay more attention to my endgame economy vis-a-vis elixirs, because I have 14 of them now. So, a complete game set of elixirs. Which I think means I basically 100%ed this game. Alright. This... So spooky when there's new music playing. Alright, everyone's full up. Alright, long cutscene. I'm not going to read all this stuff again. We've already been over it and done that. Funny Demon Dragon curse scene. Indeed. I'm just going to press the button as quickly as possible. Oh, that's what happened. She goes and gets Sid. Last time this scene happened, I looked away for a second and she turned into Sid, and I'm like, how did that happen? I was mildly confused. This is still bullshit! This is still so much bullshit. Dude gets into the fucking furnace, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm just repairing it, it's fine. Like, his heroic death meant nothing. Nothing! He didn't even die! He's perfectly fine! And then the clown. We get one clown. I think this entire scene would have been better if we'd gotten 4 clowns and, like, one other person, like the prince or something. It would make the prince feel worse about his heroic sacrifice. Then Arya coming back as a ghost to help you out instead of returning clown. That would also be nice. Comparatively. Because, like, the clowns were mostly just there to be annoying. Alright, here we go. Time to go fight Zande. Suffer through his meteor rain. Alright. And because I know what my economy looks like after this, I'm just gonna throw down. Ace the top one. And Bahamut. Does Libra. Alright, I'm going to risk it next turn and just try preemptive healing. It might work. It might not. I have spell slots to burn. Or maybe we'll just straight up murk him. Either way. Alright, I'm gonna go with Cure for myself, and Cure for the other self, and see what we get. Preemptive healing has failed once. But not twice. So I'm guaranteed to get at least 3 people to full health. Assuming his entire enemy script is Libra, Medio, Libra, Medio. Which I think is a pretty reasonable guess at this point. Still surprised they couldn't come up with a better way for him to burn a turn than Libra. Alright. This is going to be stupid. One of these will hit. I'm confident that we'll get it before the Medio. Or he'll just die, that's fine too. Goodbye, Zande. And now the Dark Cloud exists, and I get to get my ass kicked by the Dark Cloud. Which I still think kind of looks like a carrot. Like, seriously, it looks like a carrot. A dirty carrot, but it's still a carrot. Either way, I guess it's a good way to scout out how much damage the Flare Wave's gonna do. It's not bad, actually. I might be able to out-heal that with double Cure 4s. I could try out this theory, but I really don't feel like it. Sprite in a Dark Cloud, in battle, scary green... Scary, sexy green lady. It happens more frequently than you expect. Alright, let's try this out just for the hell of it, because we have a turn. It probably won't matter. But let's see what it does. I'm at Cure 4. You know, I actually think I could out... Yeah, with two casts of that every turn, I can actually outpace that. It's like, I can keep this fight going in pretty much indefinitely. Only problem is if she gets off 2 of them in a row, I'm kind of hosed. But I could barely win out against this if I want to. Because it might also depend upon the rolls if I get the 8k roll, or 800 roll, as opposed to a lower one. Yeah, the 600 ones would kind of screw me. But as long as I have enough high rolls, it actually... no, maybe not. I think starting at a higher value, I'd have enough turns to maybe do something here, but my casters would be dedicated to casting Cure 4 the entire time, which is not helpful. So, it's a thought. I don't know if I like it, but it's a thought. That's assuming Butts stays dead through the whole fight, so you get 800. That's a fair point, because the heals will be smaller when they're actually spread amongst more people. No, well, I think that was the amount of healing I was getting when 4 people were alive, though. Last time I tried it. But maybe the calculations are a bit different. I would reset and test, but hey, we're not doing that now. Okay. We have to go to the Dark World. Alright, to the Duck World. 4 people, 500, 600? Okay. Yeah, I would not be able to outpace that without a 4th stage, or 3rd stage. It's something I could do. It'd be a headache and a half, but I could do it. Alright. Leader. Alright, let's beat up some leaders. Be fitting if Butts dies at the very end because of what he did basically the whole game. It's true. Butts spent a lot of time on his butt. He definitely had some problems. I'm still kind of worried but if nothing else, we'll learn something about these bosses. If I die to him, I die to him. I'm presuming there's bosses. How I suspect this will work is there's 4 load-bearing bosses, and if I don't kill them all, the Dark Cloud can always instantly kill me. But we'll see. I'm surprised that thing's still alive. But it doesn't do enough damage that I'm actually worried. Had no HP left. I was right to be skeptical. I'm gonna go bottom left. I'm gonna take 4 steps and fight more Kages. Wish they were Karage. I'd fight some fried chicken. Fried chicken. I am vaguely tempted, even though I know it's a bad idea, to go and get me a double down and try eating it. Just because it's one of KFC's worst ideas. I did try one of their famous bowls once. I actually thought it was okay. Like, it wasn't great, but it was adequate. I mean, because it was just a bowl with, like, mashed potatoes, gravy, corn, and fried chicken in it. Like, it was fine for what it was. But the double down being a sandwich containing no bread is a bit more suspect. Alright, let's cure him up. Still have a free real full bucket within 60 minutes of receipt. I didn't know that was ever a thing. That seems like a really bad idea. What am I looking at? Yeah, I've never heard of that. I'd be surprised if they ever had that, honestly. But then again, some places do like endless shrimp or things like that. All you can eat. Do these sound like the actions of a man who had all he could eat? I'm in the good level design room. Oh, it's one of these things. We learned about these things last time. Ifrit, I don't know. I guess, yeah, fire was what I just kind of felt like was the way to go. Fire always feels like the right way to go. I'm just trying to think if I'd actually want that much KFC. KFC has kind of gone downhill in quality over the years. Like, they used to be pretty acceptable. I hate this dungeon. Latest viral thing would be funny if it's just all marketing hosts. It's very possible. It is very possible. Yum Brands has definitely done a non-trivial amount of weird viral marketing back in the day. Subservient Chicken remains my favorite thing that they ever did. That website where you could type in like anything you wanted and it looked like a webcam and this chicken would just do it. Of course, the real trick was they just anticipated an awful lot of what people would do, ask it to do. And pre-recorded everything, so... You play I Love You, Colonel Sanders? Oh, man. See, the thing is, I don't know how much I'd want to play a dating sim, let alone one that involves Colonel Sanders. Like, visual novels are already kind of a weird thing to do on Twitch, unless you're doing Doki Doki Literature Club, which is basically streamer bait. Like, don't get me wrong, Dan Salado has done a lot of good things, and it's an interesting game, but... Oh, I hate this. If it's the first one. Garm. So much Garm. Not exactly a queen. Scylla? Cilia? You fought 4 of them? Yeah. Watching AI Selenium files is pretty fun. Zero Escape non-Nary games are good. You know what? That's fair. I've heard good things about the Zero Escape and non-Nary game series. The only reason I knew about them to begin with was, came up in a puzzle. There was a meta puzzle in one of the years where every answer that we got includes something that had a certain number of 9s in it. And the non-Airy game include 9 doors, 9 people, 9 days, or something. The best one was I solved a puzzle with only 2 letters. The puzzle was you had to go find people who are walking around MIT campus, and they had, you know, funny hats on so you know who they were. Is there nothing down here? Is this entire thing a joke? 9 people, 9 hours, 9... Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, the DS one. I just realized I walked through something. I should look more carefully where I'm going. But the best one was... And we had, like, 2 letters of them, and it was, like, N and E, and I'm like, I know what it is. I just know what this is. It's Nena. Because it includes 99 red balloons. Yeah, fake walls. I think I actually own those games. Got them on sale on Steam. Kind of like Danganronpa. Those are actually pretty good streamer bait games as well. The problem, of course, being that I've beaten those, so I know exactly how they go, and they're being effectively like detective novels. If you know the ending, it's not as much fun, even though the way you get there is still kind of cool. Remaster for Steam and bundle the sequel has voiceovers? Yeah, that's probably the one version I have then. Because I think I bought it forever ago, thinking I'd play it after Danganronpa, and I never got around to it. And by Danganronpa, I mean all the Danganronpa, because there's a lot of it. Oh boy. Buy it for people to watch them play it? To watch them play it? Interesting. I could see that. Like, I do like visual novels that have a little bit added to them. Like, Danganronpa definitely did. Like, the trials and stuff had an awful lot of fun bits. The exploration you had to do to find all of the clues and things to solve the murder mysteries are fun, too. I imagine it's something similar to that, where it's not a pure visual novel. But using visual novel as a medium to tell a story, as opposed to it just being a visual novel. As a game medium for the story bits. The Neptunia games do something similar, where almost all of the story bits are done in visual novel form, but you know, you're still playing an actual RPG. Branches, but going into more of it spoils it. Okay. You know what? I'll take that for a ribbon. Zande clone. I don't feel good about that. Leviathan. I don't know how badass this Zande clone's gonna be. But a ribbon is really valuable. Okay, so he does the same things. Didn't really do enough damage to justify it. Okay, preemptive Cure 4s. I don't know if I want to burn Cure 4s right now. Wake! Oh. Oh. Alright, well that wasn't too bad. Imagine choosing an adventure murder mystery that made you want to block each path, but puzzles now. Okay, yeah. That sounds good. It sounds similar to Danganronpa. I've definitely had people recommend, I've definitely seen people recommend, you know, if you like this, you should also play this. Not to compare it too much. But definitely something I would keep on my radar. Ribbon, white robe, protect, and ribbon, black robe, diamond. Yeah, we got pretty good equipment now. When Hune clones, Dorga clones, now Zande clones, when are we gonna fight the Dark Cloud Recolors? Good question. Don't know. Don't know. Why did I... Alright. Alright, there we go. Alright, I still don't know how to get down there. But we got a ribbon, which I'm pretty happy about. I was so happy being Garmless. It's interesting that showed up in green on my side, but it still hurt me. Like how all these final dungeons get their own unique music. That is a nice thing, at least. That is a nice thing, at least. Like, if this was a re-release version, it definitely would be a recolor of the Dark Cloud and the extra secret bonus dungeon. But this isn't the remake. This is the NES version, so we're not doing that. Come on, Garm. Garm is actually a thing. There was a song by, I want to say, Fintroll about Garm, which is some sort of dog. I don't actually know how to get down there, but I definitely feel like it's where I need to go next. Ow. Oh my. Safe? No, don't make it safe. I don't actually know what safe does. I never cast it. I didn't cast it a single time this game. Okay. Now, hopefully they don't pulp my mages before we get enough damage off on them. That was weak. And that was weak too. I like that part where it was weak. Let's see what safe does. Safe usually is magic resist. Ain't here. I don't know what safe did, but it sure as hell didn't make it safe. Garm was the end boss of Gauntlet? Really? Odin? Like, I'm still worried about my economy of spells. Oh, okay. I was gonna heal first, but alright, instead we'll just do this. You've done well to make it so far, but now it's over. The flood of darkness will return the world to void. Echidna. Oh, that's where its head is. It took me a minute. It's not who I wanted to cast Haste on. I guess no one needs healing drastically, but I'm also a little bit worried. You know, I'm just going to burn a turn, do a Cure 4. At least I'll have a good calibration as to how much it'll do, always. Just because a little bit of topping off can't hurt. Yeah, that's nothing. For less than 5 is not going to do much for me. Ribbon MVP, I tell you. Alright. Let's just heal these guys. I think that's the smart move, and if we're lucky, we'll go before the Echidna. And Knuckles, and Knuckles, and Knuckles. Slate, good luck. Alright, see you later, Perryman. Yeah, I did want to patch my boo-boos, but I kind of fucked that one up. Oh, good. I get a free turn. Okay. Yeah, squinting, I think that's about a Cure 3. Like, the power of Ribbon is definitely carrying me here a little bit. Kinda wish I'd done more than a Cure 3 now. Also, Drain sucks. It just sucks. Let's cure us up, and then we'll deal with these two if something worse happens. But we're putting out good damage. I'm confident we'll be able to end this fight pretty quick. Hope it doesn't do that again. Okay. If it rolls Meteor, I'm dead. That's it. I'm gonna cure one Sage, and I'm gonna cure Butts. Butts and Barts are gonna be the surviving parties here, if we don't get this thing killed soon. Good, a free turn, because no one died. Yeah, Surprise Meteor was not ready for that. I kind of expected this thing to not bring that one out. On the bright side, it does not cast, it doesn't cast other things that are worse. Oh, I should do Cure 4. There's no question. I'm still a little bit worried about my slot economy. Good call to cast 3 there. Oh, never mind. Doesn't matter. 1 down. Probably 4 to go. What? I am one of the 4 Dark Warriors. When the power of dark or light becomes too great, the Dark Cloud will be born and plunge all into void. The thing that can defeat the Dark Cloud is the hope of both light and dark. Let us fight together. I'm so glad he didn't want to kick my ass. The crystal is shedding its light silently. Light warriors, bring hope back to this world. So glad he didn't want to kick my ass. Alright. You know what? I should burn some spell slots for this. Probably. I've already invested. That's enough. Knuckles looking kind of green, indeed. Want a game starring the Warriors of Darkness? I mean, it'd be really cool for once. Like, I would totally play the Final Fantasy III prequel, where the Warriors of Darkness save the world from overflowing light. I'd also, of course, play the Final Fantasy V, where you get to be Goluf and the Warriors of Dawn, whatever they call themselves in that game. Heard Final Fantasy XIV has a whole plot about that. I mean, I played through a good chunk of Final Fantasy XIV's plot, but I couldn't tell you much of anything that happened. I can tell you more about the Gilgamesh bits than I could about anything else in the game that happened, which probably isn't a good sign for multiple reasons. Oh. Yeah, that works. Inner mythology, a nerd who wants to explain what Echidna is all about. If you want to type it, I will not stop you, because I can't. But I am also kind of curious, because I've only seen the word Echidna used in various different ways. You know, beyond just Knuckles, obviously. I want this fight to end quicker. I read the web fiction Worm once, and one of the characters in there was named Echidna. I didn't quite get the reference either then. So. Or if you just link me to it somewhere, I'll probably read it. It does remind me I still need to listen to the 2 Mystery Dungeon things, but today has been very busy with banking and all that, so I haven't done as much internet things as I would generally do. Quite literally, I just kind of got up, did work, went to the bank, ate tacos, came here and streamed. Like, I haven't done much today. It's been a busy day. But all of those things were good things. I think it's ninja time. There we go. 1 out of 4 done. Let's do the upper left since we're already here. Echidna is the mother of all demons in Greek mythology. It does explain a few things. Husband being the absolutely horrifying Typhoon. She's a half-snake monster woman who birthed many monsters, including Cerberus, Hydra, Orthus, and Sphinx. I mean, because I get kind of used to Sphinx. Sphinx is probably the least weird of those. I don't know why. But that I didn't know. I usually consider myself to be pretty well versed in Greek mythology, so I'm kind of surprised I missed that one. By fairly well versed, I mean I guess I haven't done any independent reading when I think about it. Mostly just learned it in school. That might be why I'm not as well versed as I think I am. That's a thought. Maybe we did learn about it, and I just didn't pay attention. Also possible. I just like the row the Ifrit's on, because I can use it without worrying that I want to cast other spells that would be on that row. It is a convenient thing. Ah. Excuse me. Got distracted for a second there. Same deal? Different deal. Oh, different deal indeed. A different deal that I care not a whit for. Chimera. Don't forget Chimera. Well, okay, at least that's a short dead end. Ah. Oh, Kage. Come on. This is a ridiculously long dungeon. Max was not kidding when he said welcome to the rest of the game. Just kind of hoping that Ifrit will take him out. Because back attacks are so frequent in this game. Like, I swear, like, Final Fantasy V, I get, like, 4 of them in a given 4-job Fiesta run. I guess also it doesn't really matter so much, because back attacks you can always run away from in Final Fantasy V. Where here, you're kind of just hosed. You have to take every fight. You can't run away from things. Because you're more likely to just die. Alright, not too bad. I'm gonna regret this. I might not regret that. I'm regretting it. Alright, I don't care about moving these guys back. There's no reason to do that. Preemptive Cure 4. Alright, so Libra, that's fine. How do you open a chest and get back attacked? He turns into vapor like Genie and whoops, right behind you, and goes, nothing personnel, kid. I'm pretty sure that's how that works in practice. You know what, I haven't let any of these fly yet. Let's just go for a lot of damage. I think I can eat whatever attacks he can throw out, because he did Quake. Fuck. He did Quake last time. I thought maybe I'd be fine, but no. Bartz is going to be fine. Low damage roll on that one, and being at completely full health. Oh, maybe we'll be able to overload him in the next turn, and he won't be able to do anything. But I also really don't want to take the risk, because risk here is complete game over. That worked. He looks like Dracula with the silly... He is a silly guy, Zande. But I got another ribbon, and ribbons are pretty awesome. I'll put it on my less tanky ninja. So 82 defense to 79 defense, but I think it boosts your magic defense by a significant amount. Which is why I think it's worth it. Let's get everyone back up to reasonable health. Yeah, it's fine enough for now. 3 steps. And a back attack. Oh, come on, game. Throw me a friggin' bone here. Oh, man. So when we were playing Siberia, I forget why, but we were having a debate about names at some point. And I was pointing out, like, there's a Bond girl whose name is quite literally Pussy Galore. He's like, no, that has to be from Austin Powers. I'm like, no, that's a Bond one. He's like, okay. He pulls out his phone. He's like, I don't want to Google Pussy Galore. I'm like, fine, here, take the keyboard. I'll Google it. And yes, it was a Bond one. The Austin Powers equivalent was Lotta Vagina. Which is incredibly on the nose, but so is the James Bond one. Subtlety is not that particular genre's strong spot. Okay, definitely am not a fan of this dungeon. Lovely. Xena on top. Is that another Austin Power? Like, I feel like you could do one of those old school, you know, was it one of the Brunching Shuttlecocks things? It was, Pornstar or My Little Pony, where you were given a name in isolation and you had to guess which one it was. And My Little Pony character, and this was old school My Little Pony, like 1990s, 1980s stuff. That website was fun. Make sure to heal before going upstairs. Oh, definitely. Goldfinger wasn't subtle. Make sure to heal before going up the stairs. I am definitely going to heal before going up the stairs. I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson hard last time. Of course, the problem is I gotta find the friggin' stairs. I think I went the wrong way, but at the same time, I'm not really sure. Every time I take a step back. Yeah, Brunching Shuttlecocks was an old comedy website that used to have a lot of fun, silly things on it. There was one about your roommates learning to play the Indigo Girls, which was a flash loop that kept going as he tried to learn to play Closer to Fine. Okay, well, that's not the way. I came in this way. Is there a different path? But they're probably most famous for the geek hierarchy chart they made, which is still kind of amuses me and is, I would say, at least mildly valid in some ways. But it's something that has to be seen. I can't describe it adequately, except what's at the very bottom of the chart. But as far as chart-based humor goes, it was definitely peak circa 2000 flat. Alright, there's this path, which probably is going to take me where I need to go. But in a very annoying way. That was the worst ambush they could have accomplished. Oh no, they're safe. Or are they? I was hoping that would happen. You cast safe and everything, but it wasn't enough. It didn't beat my being beaten by a stick. It's the 96 damage killing them. That's just perfect. Absolutely fucking perfect. I'm very happy with that. Alright. Now I'm kind of curious where this character actually comes from. I didn't even see what I was fighting. GoldenEye. Oh, you know, I've never actually seen the movie GoldenEye. I've never actually played the game in the single-player mode either. Because I didn't own N64 growing up. Oh. Heal before going up the stairs. Yeah, this is fine. I guess I could use fancier healing, but... we're almost halfway. Alright, so what are we going to fight this time? The Wind Dark Crystal. Lovely. The flood of darkness cannot be stopped. You fool shall die here. Alright. Cerberus. Well, we fought Echidna. It makes sense to fight her kid too. You know, I really do think I should probably just leave Quake and get haste on him now. I'm not getting a lot of value out of this row compared to what I could be. Good damage, though. That was weak. I'm not going to complain too much, because this thing's probably going to cast Mega Flare or, like, eat your face or something at me afterwards. Want to try out those Shurikens? It's not a bad idea. I have a lot of them. I probably should use at least one. It'd be kind of dumb to hoard them all and never use them. Especially as I'm fairly convinced there's only these 4 bosses and then the Dark Cloud left to go. Alright, so how do shurikens work? Do I just use them? Alright, yeah, just use them. They're both hasted. May as well give it a shot. I'm gonna throw out a Bahamut, I guess. And I feel like Ifrit again. Nothing happens. That's not how you use shurikens. We learned this the hard way. Just because the game lets you use it that way doesn't mean it will actually do anything. So did I destroy 2 of those things in the process of doing nothing? Yeah, I kind of figured equipping them would be the next best move after just using them in battle. Well, at least I didn't destroy any. Dual wield them this time. I'm not going to do it for both characters. This is really annoying. But I'm also like not remotely worried about this boss fight right now. He might he might change my mind on this, but probably not. I think a Shiva and a Chocobo. That's nothing to sneeze at there. I'm definitely gonna be doing that in the final battle. Probably should start throwing out more heals though. Yeah, Chocobo really wasn't worth doing. Neither was Shiva. I should have just thrown out heals. One damage. Alright, we'll use a couple more. We already had to go through this rigmarole. My guess is he might just die when I do this, though. Ow, my eyes? Yeah, and other parts. The diamond dust just kind of like just gets in his eyes, like, ow! Why'd you do that? Why'd you throw pocket sand at me? And then throw one of these just in case. But my guess is once we get to Butt's turn, he's just gonna die. Never mind. Alright. We'll do a bunch of menuing. Really quick, before it goes badly. I don't want shurikens in my hands now, because we're going back to normal encounters. It is kind of hard to turn down all of the assorted strength up things they give you, though. But I'm halfway done. I'm much, much less worried about my spell economy than I was a minute ago. I'm gonna cure 2 for good measure. Wolf-like monster, send in the chicken. I am one of the 4 Dark Warriors, light and dark, 2 worlds that pull each other. And when those 2 worlds mix into one, a world of void will be born. The light is losing its power, and the dark is pushing it aside. This is the flood of darkness. The only ones who can prevent this are you, the Light Warriors. Now, I shall lend you my power. The world must not be returned to the void. I'll try to avoid it. Shurikens are the strongest weapons of the game. Bet a bunch of sharp blades thrown at you getting lodged in your skull hurts a lot more than me. Caught by a legendary blade? I don't know about that. I feel like you can put a lot more force behind something you're still holding while you're cleaving through someone's skull as opposed to throwing, but maybe I'm wrong. We might have to call the Mythbusters. What is the Kingdom Hearts bullshit kind of story? Look, it's Final Fantasy. You know what you're in for. Alright, I'm gonna take another quick stretch break. I'll be right back and we'll see about killing 2 more monsters. Next thing you know, they'll talk about nobodies and Heartless splitting yourself into 13 like some sort of Horcrux. Aw, man, I do not remember enough about what actually happened in those games. Beyond that, in Kingdom Hearts 3, a lot of nothing happened. They were building up with that chest that that Pete and Maleficent were trying to get, and that never went anywhere. And then you threw a million Keyblades at somebody, and something happened. I really don't remember. It's a series I wouldn't mind going back through linearly, honestly. At least the first 3 games. Except, then I remember having to do the first area of Kingdom Hearts 2 and think, man, I don't want to do that again, ever again. It is such a slow start to that game. The chest is dug up by Zigbar/Breg. Oh, does that happen at the end? Like I said, it's a long time. I don't think I got, like, the true ending either. I think I played on normal. So if there was like a true ending cinematic, I missed it. Well, maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. I just remember that they showed the Shibuya building. At least what I thought was the Shibuya building at the end of it. I don't remember if that was part of the secret ending or not. Keep whacking things with a stick. The ancient Keyblade Masters from the friggin' mobile game come back? Oh, you mean like the one that was on like some sort of like Nokia handset one? Someone needs to just tell those guys to wrap it up. That series is just not going to end by any time. It's going to be like... People can be doing the same sort of memes they currently do with George R.R. Martin. Like, it's just never going to happen. Like, everyone involved is going to be dead before that series finishes. That's coded? You're talking about the gacha? Oh, I didn't even know there was a gacha game. There's a lot of games I'm unaware of in Kingdom Hearts because there's so friggin' many of them. And you gotta play all of them for anything to make sense. Even the sense that any of them make that much sense. Kingdom Hearts 3 is the end of one story arc out of like 7 or 8? Yeah, it took more than a decade to wrap up a story arc. Everyone involved in this will be dead before they finish it. Everyone! It's not good. Technically speaking, incorrect that everyone will be dead, or that you have to play all of the games to understand what's going on. Or the decade part. There's a lot of options here. Like, I enjoy the gameplay, but the plot has gotten way off the rails from the first game. Gotta find Kairi. Oh, we found Kairi. Oh, we lost Kairi. Oh, we found Kairi. Oh, we lost Kairi. Alright, what has this one got in store for me? I'm still disappointed I didn't actually get to play as Kairi, actually. Like, she was getting badass Keyblade lessons, and then you never actually get... You get to play with, like, as her for all of, like, a minute or something? Like, it's very disappointing in terms of the build-up. At least that's how I remember it, but again, it was a long while ago. Things I remember marginally more. I made a roast one of the nights I was playing Kingdom Hearts. And the fat cap on it was too fatty and ended up causing some problem. I had to do a lot of cleaning in my kitchen. One of those, I'm just going to let it crock pot overnight sort of things. It was delicious, don't get me wrong, but there was a lot of cleaning I had to do. And thankfully, no fires. There was also, when I was playing, I want to say Kingdom Hearts 2, a night where someone did a arson of a nearby building. Definitely remember that. Kingdom Hearts 2 is meant to be at the end of the first arc that introduced Xenart and had to explain his whole backstory and broke by sleep and went over the whole backstory and then dreamed out distance introduced time travel clone bullshit. Okay. Kingdom Hearts 3 wrapped up Riku versus Seeker Ansem, the fate of the BBS trio, the fight of the Twilight Trio, the fate of Naminé, and Xenohort Saga, and I'm sure if you get quite a bit here, but there are a lot of plot points that got wrapped up. Worst part is I can't remember most of who those characters are. Probably my fault in some way for not having played many of the side games. Naminé sounds familiar, though. Third Kingdom Hearts was already getting silly by the end of the first game, killed your interest in never playing sequels, despite really liking the first game. I'm definitely not opening the fourth chest. Oh, come on! And he opens with Quake. Definitely why I'm starting with, definitely why I want that fourth ribbon. You can see how much spell damage it reduced. I might be boned. I just wanted to get everyone up to something close to healthy. This isn't ideal. Okay. You know what? Actually, nuts to this guy. I'm shurikening him. As annoying as it is, he is getting shurikened. He's getting double shuriken. I'm that pissed off at this. Alright, there we go. Make sure butts and butts live. Aside from the gummy ship and the last boss. No, Zande clone is not fooling around. I kind of like the gummy ship parts. I know I probably shouldn't, but I still kind of do. At least I remember having kind of fun with it. I think Kingdom Hearts 2 did the gummy ship thing a lot better because it turned into sort of like an actual 3D side-scrolling, not quite side-scrolling, but like an actual 3D shoot-'em game. He had Masamune and Full Moon. Didn't want to decrypt his crystal. Okay, there we go. Ribbon. Scholar. Ribbon. Okay, that's fixed. Rangarok. And Excalibur. Alright, there we go. Equipment fixed. Rose fixed. Healing. Gotta heal everyone up now. That back attack really put me back. Okay. Most effective gummy ship ever conceived. Speedrun strat as a cockpit engine? Nope. Want to play more Kingdom Hearts? Not bad. Star Fox with a shipbuilding component. Not unreasonable. Fistbit's not on my Discord, but he is on a Discord if you're in. There's the possibility of several that he might be in. He does help administer the NES Dev Discord as well as other things. But I think that's probably the closest overlap that me and Fistbit have on Discord. But if you drop the link in mine, I'll send it to Fistbit. It's a thing that happens. I also, too, want to see the most effective gummy ship ever conceived. Oh, that wasn't the way to go. Might have been faster to go that way, actually. Oh yeah, Whispers. Those exist on Twitch. I tried contacting someone through Whispers a while ago and didn't get a response, sadly. I'm still kind of curious whatever happened to Dorg. Hope he's doing well wherever he is. But I couldn't contact him in time for Superman 64. So if I ever see him again, I can at least point him at the VOD. Go a week without realizing I have Whispers, because you only use chat interface for pop-out chat. I'm surprised you even do that. Kind of figured you'd actually use like IRC, like MIRC or something. There's probably better IRC clients, but I couldn't name them. Alright, logic behind this, they always aim at the center, okay? That looks like no gummy ship. Interesting. Used to use MIRC for Twitch chat, but don't use IRC anymore. See, there you go. Exactly what we expected. To some extent. Yeah, IRC is pretty dead. Except for some open source. You know what? That actually helped me out there. Especially since Freenode kind of died. With the weird purchase and everything. Yep, make sure to heal. That was exactly what I was trying to do as I stepped onto the stairs and was worried I was going to die. But I'm not going to fail it here. We have a lot of healing economy now. Okay, top everybody off. To the top of the stairs. Alright, so I actually could have gone up the stairs first. We'll make the darkness overflow and erase this world completely. Die, light warriors! You don't belong! In here, alright, two-headed dragon. It's not a double dragon, it's just two-headed. Was gonna equip haste. Damn it. Let's throw out a Bahamut. Why not? I still feel like haste is the best opener, and I'm gonna fix that after this fight. Well, that's some hefty damage, but it was only a single target attack. But I was in the back row. I am a little bit worried about my fighters up front. Not enough to change what my opener is, but still a little bit worried. Get slapped indeed. Either way, got a crit at least. Like, we're doing good damage. Oh, that was pointless. I foresee how this fight's going to go now. Yeah, throw out Bahamut. Nothing much else you can do here. Yeah, it looks like a flat square that's at the bottom. And I assume it aims for the center of the cube you build the ship in. Actually, Mega Flare wasn't bad. Oh, come on. Hit the people in the back row. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to bother using Life 2. I'm going to use Life 1. There's absolutely no point in reviving people who are just going to die anyway. Only people who can actually survive slaps are in the back row. So, like, this is quite literally just it. I'm going to cast Bahamut and Life 1. And that's how this fight's going to go. It's not ideal, but it will work. With 2 HP, though. Look at that. 2 whole HP. Oh, this is so stupid. Got a Shuriken this bastard in the back row. I'd have to get them into the back row, which is a bit of a problem right now. The thing is, I have a lot of life casts left. And this guy's really slow, somehow. So I think I can do this, but I probably should burn Shurikens. I have a lot of them. I guess I could also do the row thing, but then I'd have to bring people back up. I think this is funnier this way. That's not what I actually want to do. Alright, we'll do at least one round of Shurikens. One of these guys is no. Don't try to cast Excalibur on people. I don't know what that does. Don't try to do them bread. We don't need bread. One more Batman. Yep, he hit one of them. The thing is I'm certain I can keep these guys up forever. I have enough elixirs afterwards if I'm actually worried about my slot economy. Like, I'm pretty confident I can win this fight with time. And there you go. And of course I'm going to heal up first. You know what? No. Life. Tier 3. Tier 2. I cannot imagine doing this without having the Sage levels of spell slots. So many spell slots. Oh, and fix the equipment. Really would love it if they just had the throw command. Alright, here we go, plot. I am one of the 4 Dark Warriors. The world began in void, and shall end in void. But there is a force which can prevent this. A force which you call hope. Perhaps the world will once again return to the void. But still, in the worlds of light and dark, there is hope and love left to fight this. Go, destroy those who would return the world to void, with the hope of light and dark. I got into an encounter really quick. I'll talk to the thing. Same thing as last time. I did it! Two-head dragon. Cut you like a Taco Bell bong. Taco Bell bong? Oh, man. I mean, it was fun, but the thing about it is, like, unless you do AoE at this point in time, you're not really gonna be hurting me. The action economy is such that if you only hit one person at a time, I'm safe. So that fight was never dangerous outside of, like, the very first moments. And of course, right, I was gonna fix this. I'm not casting Quake ever again, I don't think. The value of Quake was that it was a multi-target spell, and I don't really need that now with Leviathan. So what I want to do is actually switch out Quake for Haste on Wiener, and I'm just going to do that now. Because opening with 2 hastes, I think, is just a better opener than anything else I can do, unless I know something about the boss fight. Not open. Magic. Item. Quake. Magic. Item. Not the right one. Magic item. Haste. Item? That's why I like the... You buy it once... Did I take it off Bart's? Oh, I didn't know. Oh, wait a second. It's on a different road than that? Which road's Haste on? Oh, it's on the 3rd route. With Odin. Okay. Yeah, goodbye, Bio. It's been fun. We don't need you anymore. Haste to Wiener. And I guess put Quake back, because there's... I just thought that annoys me enough that I should fix it, and it definitely does. I don't want that missing spell slot. I am menuing terrible. I don't think you meant to at Fiskbit, but yes, it is kind of amusing. There we go, it's fixed. Everyone's pretty much up at full health. Good enough. Alright, there we go. That's 3 out of 4 down. Twitch thread behavior is stupid? Yeah. Oh, is that what it is? I think I disabled threads for Evergo and Franker's eFace, so I don't actually see them. And they sure as hell don't show up in my chat client. I have wondered why some people at themselves. That might explain a few things, actually. Can't reply to replies. You reply in a thread and it looks like you're replying to the first thread. Okay, that explains a lot, actually. I don't know why they felt threads were necessary in a chat. Like, at least in Discord and Slack, you can kind of squint and say, yeah, it makes a sort of sense, even if it's really annoying. But in Twitch, I think it's absolutely a waste of effort that they implemented them. Like, ain't nobody actually gonna follow a thread like that upward most of the time. Like, it's an absolutely silly feature. Okay. Discord's thread system making you scream for other reasons. Twitch is known for good... they're not known for good decisions. I have my problems with, like, the ones in Slack, because I use Slack for work. And it's annoying when someone replies in a thread when you're already just talking with them, because it's you don't know where the stupid bubble's coming from. So you scroll up to see the parts where it's like, oh, here's all your threads! And I'm like, why did you make it a thread, dude? Just reply. It's chat. It's not hard. Oh, goody, I get to pick a path. Ugh. Alright. I'm gonna guess... south. We'll see if I'm right, or if this is just the maximal labyrinth. Oh, it's the maximal labyrinth. I'm fine with that too, I guess. Or... I think I chose poorly. What's up, Zuccotti? Got a coffee maker ad pandering to gamers and you want to die? Capital G gamers? Ew. Ew. Sequestering Wordle. I mean, that's what it is on SMW Central. Like, that's literally, I think, one of, like, the 2 uses of threads. Maybe I chose correctly. Ultimate drink for gamers. Clip of esport competitors cheering after winning. Never forgive capital G gamers for creating the identity. Oh, man. Coffee for gamers. I always thought, like, the epitome of, like, gamer caffeine consumption was Shower Shock, the caffeinated soap, which is a product that exists, I kid you not. Coffee maker is covered in LEDs and defined to fit in a race car. Pour over coffee funnel directly into your mouth. That works. Just French press and just push it down while it's in your face. Earbud is unhappy with me. Okay, I think this is the way. A way. My suspicion, yeah, that would have taken me to the final chest. I'm vaguely tempted, just out of completionist's sake, to get it once I beat the boss up ahead. Because I'll be feeling pretty good about my slot economy after that. Marketers. They try. For some reason, they try. I'm at a high enough level that I can just basically not worry about these fights anymore unless there's 3 critters or more. Alright, I can go through here, and then we do this. Okay. Just I'm not worried about my slot economy. It doesn't mean I should waste stuff. Everyone's topped off. They're like, yeah, we know our target audience from 3 people on the Twitch front page. Just go making an ad. Go head on. Ignore that reference. Head on. Apply directly to the forehead. Head on. Apply directly to the forehead. Head on. Apply directly to the forehead. Soon, the darkness will overflow completely. Nobody can stop it now. You shall perish here. Fun. Ahriman! Now this is a critter I recognize. Haste 1. Haste 2. The classic indeed. Got 2 head-on references in less than 24 hours. You were pleased. As you should be. I hope it doesn't do that every turn. I really hope it doesn't do that every turn. Alright, one of them should survive, and one of the sages should survive if he does that second time, I think. Even with ribbons, Meteor still hurts. It would really suck for this run to end here. Flame. Okay. Alternates between being incredibly scary and actively nothing. Like, ridiculously nothing. Almost done with Code Geass. Nice. All the bosses are named after mythological demons and we get 2 head D. Look, they tried their best. They tried their best. Their best wasn't good enough, but they tried it. Alright, that's cool. We'll just do a Tier 4 across the group. Yeah, another one too, just to top us all off. Let the ninjas do the work. Oh, that actually turned out to be a really good call. We'll mitigate that damage too. Could be worse. Imagine. Andy. Well played. Well played. Hit him in the bat chest. Oh. Wait, no. Everyone's fully healthy. I guess we can throw out a spell. He's gonna cast Meteor this turn, or he's going to straight die. Those are the two options here. There's nothing else he could do. Like how it tells me that it's Mega Flare after the fact, even though I already know. See, Meteor. Collect your silver trophy. Well, at least he died too. We got both predictions right, I guess. We named it Satin, Tiamat, Leviathan, or something. Now I should two-head dragon. I mean, we already fought Leviathan, so Tiamat probably would have been more appropriate if they hadn't already used that two-headed dragon sprite in other places. Oh yeah, we should spread this out because there's too many here. Not that it matters. We're going to elixir both of these casters before the final boss. Hydra. Oh yeah, we already did Hydra. Alright, I am one of the 4 warriors. The Flood of Darkness will destroy not only your world, but ours as well. Both will return to Void. But if we join our forces, we may still have time. Quickly, let us go and defeat the Dark Cloud. Sounds good to me. Believe it or not, there's already a Hydra in this game. I vaguely remember fighting a Hydra earlier in this game. Stress the term vaguely, because it has been a while. Clear this off the screen, I don't need that right now. Alright, we're Garmless. It's great. I know I already made that joke, but I could not resist again. You know, there's a possibility that final chest is something that's not a ribbon. Ah, nuts. Kinda tempted, but also I'm kinda sick of getting back attacked by that fucker. And it would be such an ignoble way to die. So I don't think I'm gonna do it. Even though completionist in me wants to, I don't think it's worth it. Because best comes to best, all I get's a fucking ribbon. I already have 4 of those. Yeah, I already have 4 of them. Everyone has a ribbon equipped. So we are far safer than we used to be. Thinking what enemy was called Leviathan in this game, and then you realize it was a summon? Yep! We did have to fight him to get the summon, but we got it. One of the 3 upper summons. We had to fight Odin, we had to fight Leviathan, we had to fight Bahamut. We got all of them, which is nice. Odin hasn't been terribly useful after a certain point in this game, but I think it's pretty traditional to have to fight at least those 3 critters in any Final Fantasy game if you want to summon them. Because, like, you definitely fight Odin and Leviathan and Bahamut in Final Fantasy V. There's at least a couple more summons you fight in Final Fantasy V, but yeah. Carbuncle, Rama, Ifrit. Forgot about oh, and Shiva. You fight an awful lot of them. Titan. In fact, I think you fight most of the summons in that game. You don't fight Phoenix. That's about it, actually. Chocobo, Sliff. There's one more, I forget. Remora, maybe? There's 3 you buy, and then pretty much every other one you either find or you fight to get. So keeping in that spirit. Slidra. You don't fight Slidra. Sildra? Let's go finish up this fight and be Dark Cloud, Proto Neon X Death. Yep. I kind of feel like they reused the Dark Cloud concept a little bit in Final Fantasy VI with that painting monster. Or some of the other painting monsters. I was kind of hoping this room wouldn't be devoid of fights. Here's our double dragon! At this point, I'm just kind of done with random encounters. Here's the worst part. This run-up has taken about 2 hours to do to get to this point. Not counting the time spent in Eureka. Did I pick a different path last time? I must have picked a different path last time. Like, if I die here, that's the end of the stream. That or I'm gonna, like, play Bubble Bobble or something. I'm gonna do something stupid on an ES. If I lose this fight. That's just how it's going to be. There's no... I do try this again. At least not today. I'll try again later. But... like, failure here would absolutely suck. Here's all I'm saying. This dungeon is too long. If you want to do it again tonight. Exactly, got some bub and some bobs. It'd be a good time. A good time. And the NES port of Bubble Bobble is actually pretty good. You know, it's not as good as arcade. Because arcade is more fun, but still. It's not bad. Arcade near me used to have a bootleg Bubble Bobble machine that was a lot of fun to play. Unfortunately, that's gone out of rotation. They just don't do as many arcade games. Old arcade games now. Though bizarrely, they have multiple... oh, wait, no. I'm gonna heal now. I'm paranoid enough that I don't know when it's gonna start pushing me towards the actual fight, and I'd rather just heal up my dudes now. Thank you, free elixir that dropped. Okay, everyone's at full health. If we get another random encounter, we'll high potion back up. Are you kidding me? This is the wrong path again? I did it completely right the first time, I think almost by complete accident. If I only gotten frustrated and wandered off last time, that would have been way better. Well, that's the other thing if I can do. I probably should equip the Shurikens first. And move to these guys in the back row, maybe? Unless all the Dark Cloud does is cast Vapor Wave every single time. Okay. Now we can just do it in battle. It'll be annoying, but we'll do it. Well, it wouldn't be Final Fantasy if it didn't throw one last really annoying challenge at us. Imagine dying at this point? I'm imagining it. I'm imagining it quite fervently. I'm incredibly worried about this. Like, basically what's going to happen if I die is I'm going to play some other NES game for a while. And then next Wednesday, we'll spend like 2 hours in Eureka grinding. And then we'll try this again. Like, that's what's going to happen. There's nothing else that can happen. There's no other way it will happen today. That is the one option. Alright, let's top everyone off. Alright, I'm set up as good as I can be. Here goes nothing. I am the Dark Cloud. I will turn both this world and your world of light back into utter void. We won't let you do that! Haha! This is the Dark World. I cannot be defeated here with the power of light. Oh good, they're here. I was worried I'd missed another story trigger or something. It's not just the Light Warriors. We'll hold off your dark power. What? If you do that, you'll perish! We will not allow you to return this world to the void! Save states are for chumps? Exactly. Exactly. The power of the Dark Crystals is lost, but I don't need it anymore. I'll defeat you and then turn this world into void with your power of light. Perish, Light Warriors. I, Garland, will knock you down! Okay. Here we go. Shuriken. Shuriken. Fight. Shuriken. Every turn is going to take forever, but this maximizes my chances. Alright. So now the question is, what do I have these two guys do? I'm not certain haste does anything with shurikens, but I don't think it's a waste on the first turn. And just in case, I think this is my slowest character. I'm going to Cure 4 Wiener. Flare Wave on. Okay. That's a lot of damage. I should have done something smarter. But that wasn't a bad use of my time, I don't think. Because I think it'll take 3 Flare Waves to take anyone down. If it's Flare Wave, Flare Wave, Flare Wave, I think I can pull this off. I just need to rotate who I'm curing every turn. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Okay. Yeah, you can't not risk it. Yep. Okay, well, that was a complete waste of time. Stupid shurikens. Alright, that was bad. Wasting a whole turn is bad at this juncture. Okay, that's fine. Fight. Next. Shurikens. Oh, Desi is so going to laugh at me when he sees that. You're going to particle beams. Good luck. Thank you for the good luck. Really hate yourself, knitting the self-esteem issues, more like, why the fuck do you want to do this? Okay. Cure 4, and then Cure 4. I'm still worried about this. I don't think Haste did anything with Shurikens. They're both doing approximately the same damage-ish. Flare Wave. Survive. Please survive. Yes. Okay, we're good. Like, we're 1 turn behind Flare Waves, but this will work, I think. I also have to assume that because... Well, actually, I guess it's not a good assumption on NES. Well, I guess it has to be. They have to be doing 16-bit arithmetic, at least. Just gotta burn through these. Let's see, so I'm doing 10k a turn, more or less. If I can keep this up, at 10k a turn, I should only have to fight this thing for about 7 turns. More or less. We'll see if I'm right. Everyone's at a health that's fine, where if I take damage first before healing, it's fine. In fact, I'd rather have my Cure 4s go off after the Dark Wave. Flare Wave. Vapor Wave. Whatever wave. New Wave. No. I want a... Wait. Pat. Let's be smart here. Oh, we're not allowed to be smart here. It was worth a shot. This is one of the most tedious mechanics I've ever seen. And to be fair, I've already dealt with this mechanic for a long time here. Alright, so... Shurikens. We're almost out of shurikens, but that's not a big deal. Okay, cure butts and wiener. Making sure I take a moment here and don't make dumb mistakes like I did the second turn. It's the first Final Fantasy with unique boss music? Really? I'm surprised. Something happened. I'm suspicious. I'm very suspicious. I'm not certain I won yet, but this feels like a good first step. But at the same time, I'm expecting a second phase. I'm really expecting a second phase. Maybe my paranoia is unwarranted? I think that's it. You see a star? Yes, yes! In the beginning was the void, then light and dark were made. Everything was born then. Stars, moon, fire, water, and life. But life gave birth to something more, dividing the light and dark, an energy called hope. What do they do with the star field? That's actually a really nice effect for NES. When light and dark overlap, all world would return to void. For to divide them to appear, never forget their power is the hope of the people. Time washes away all dreams, despair, love, but do not be swept away. Look instead to that place. What place? The light which shines after all else is gone. Hope. Congrats on completing the tutorial. Oh, that's nice. I feel adequate. It only took 2 tries. I think those are sprites. That's my guess. That's my guess. Thank you for the GGs. Light and darkness cast the dusk. Pretty stoked you beat it around level 50? Really? Sign tables, maybe add the velocity star. They're sprites. Ah, okay. It's recommended to be very late. 50? Oh, wow. Yeah, I probably gained a couple levels on the way, but I have no idea, no way to tell at this point. Hey, everybody! Butts, Barts, Wiener! You did it! You really did it! I knew you were the real thing. Aren't they amazing? Come on, everyone, let's go home. Who's up for frosty chocolate milkshakes? I don't have to actually do this. This airship is so slow compared to the other one. I'd have to guess, since I came into that area at level 50, like, the save is around level 50, everybody. I would have to assume I gained at least 4 levels, possibly more, fighting everything. But even so. Thanks, old man. Ah, it was nothing. I guess it's time to go back to Amur. Goodbye, clown. Your noble sacrifice will never be forgotten, and we totally won't forget which clown you were. Out of the 4, or possibly 19 clowns that you were. Hello, everybody. Thank God you're safe. What are you talking about? It was a cinch. Thanks to you, the world has been saved. Ha! Whenever you run into trouble, count on us. Come see us anytime. You can train with us. Oh. Farewell! I like how the garbage is sneaking in on the right side because it's rocking a little bit. It's Salonia! I'm home! You think you dropped the king off first, but you know, we had to drop the clown off first. Thank you, Prince Alice. Thank you, King Alice. Your hearts of light saved the world. It is we who should say thanks to you. I'll never forget the courage you've taught me. Truly, thank you so much. And now we use a different airship that's faster. Did I miss something by looking away? Oh, I see. We're going back to back here. There's an internal part of this airship? Huh. What an odd choice. We're approaching, Canaan. We're almost there? I'm sure Granny's waiting. I'm getting off too. Dash, why are you going to Canaan? Question. Serena! I forgot about that plot point. Oh, so you're gonna see that girl. Cut it out. You're embarrassing me. Well, good for him. We did it. Granny, Sid's wife. Don't do that. I'm shy of hugging in front of people. Tried to save the world. At least let him have a hug. Serena, Dash, don't leave me ever again. Never. We'll be together forever. Until the sequel. Granny, what are you doing? You're hugging me. Oh, I give up. It's weird that he calls his wife Granny. That's just a little weird, I'm gonna be honest. Ahem, people. Sorry. Did I show off too much? Call me when you go on your next adventure. Oh, no, you don't. Dash, don't let her get you under her thumb. Shut up. Come visit us anytime. Granny will cook you up a special meal. Thanks. Later, Sid. Dash. So glad I didn't try to sneak in, use Bahamut to sneak extra damage. No. I realized what was going on with my action economy. It was really obvious Cure 4 was the only action my sages should be taking after that first round. Princess Sara, let's go back to Sassoon Castle. No, I don't wanna. I wanna have fun with you a bit more. Don't go back just yet. Huh? But Princess, don't be so dull. I want to be with you just a little while longer. Why are you blushing? Come on, let's go back to Ur. Now that all is off the ship, all the mass has been shed. Yeah, that ship has an interior. That's still weirding me out. Absolutely weirding me out. It's We're finally home. Let's go. Welcome home. Oh, Butts. Hi, Dad. Hi, Mom. We did it. Well done. Truly well done. You worked so hard. Okay, that sprite right above us, above the old man, really looks like Sabin. Welcome back. You saved the world. You really were the Light Warriors. I'll give you this as thanks. Kiss. Hey! The world has been freed from darkness, thanks to your hearts of light. Thank you, Light Warriors. The Dark Warriors didn't get any respect after all this. Okay, why is it shaking again? The light. Oh, the crystal has returned to its place. Beautiful. The darkness parts and the lightness shines upon the world. It's a new dawn. I keep thinking something bad's gonna happen, but I don't think it is. My paranoia is a little bit too high still. This is pleasant. I think. Lavos is gonna spawn out of the middle of this, isn't he? Well, I guess not. I guess not. Got the birds, we got the flashing light in the sky, we got the clouds. Feels pretty good to me. Feels pretty good to me. Pat waits for the surprise end boss. I am! I'm literally waiting for this. Celebratory earthquake, that was unpleasant. Oh, believe me, it was just as bad here. And thus ends the story of how 4 6-year-olds saved the multiverse. It's true. Looks like... Oh god, what was that? Thank you, game! Give me a celebratory seizure. Cast. Ninja! Butts, level 53. Okay, so I was lower level than I thought. I thought I was somewhere in 54 to 55, and Butts would have been one of the higher leveled ones. 52, I'm betting. Yep. Lavos was waiting for 1999. Checks clock. 2023. Must be oversleeping. If you were that big, you'd be tired too. He has a big job sucking the air, everything out of the earth. 52. I guess I only had 153, didn't I? Not sure how it worked out, but Butts, I think, had the most XP of anybody by the end of the game. A couple of, like, clincher fights. Oh, Wiener was 53, too. Okay. Yeah, that was really low 50s then. Huh? The power of Cure 4. Sara! And... Sid! And Sir not appearing in this film. And Desh. Oh, that's a nice pose. Elia. Four old men. Alice. He never looks happy about his lot. Dorga, who I believe is now dead. Kind of, at least. Une, who was a pretty badass grandma. Staff. Yes, the staff I used the entire game will now get credit. Programmed by Nasir. Characters by Y. Amano. Scenario by K. Tarada. Music by N. Uematsu. Of course, the one name I actually recognize out of here aside from Nasir. Designed by H. Tanaka. Designed by K. Aoki. Hopefully he didn't design these characters. Battle program by K. Yoshi. Battle program also by K. Higuchi. CG design by H. Nakata. CG design also by K. Shibuya. Object design by K. Ishii. Music program by H. Nakamura. Sound effects by H. Ito, T. Tokita, and I can't read the rest fast enough. Special thanks to... Who could they possibly be special thanking? All these people. Hirata. Why Hirata? There we go. We're thinking he was... You especially. And R. Coda. He is indeed a Coda. Possibly. And there's a lot of special thanks in here. Holy cow. I was expecting nearly as many special thanks as there were, you know... There's more special thanks than there were other credits, including characters. N. Goto. Director, H. Sakaguchi. Producer, M. Miyamoto. The end. What a game. Bards using daggers. Heresy indeed. In the good future timeline where Chrono took care of Lavos, it's possible. And of course, they're going to reuse the Starfield thing. They always do this. The only time you get to see the battle sprites of the clowns. Wait for the question mark to drop. It's got to drop. Also, hi, HeroSoft. How you doing? You know, a lot of ways, I feel like Final Fantasy V was basically the same game, but way better in terms of execution and plot. Just because they could do a lot better at that point. There are so many parts of this that have similarities. You know, especially discussing the 4 older warriors. And we had the 4 old guys, certainly, but the 4 dark warriors who kind of popped up at the end. Having the 4 dark crystals and 4 light crystal fights. The job system, obviously. Neo X-Death having kind of a similar form in the sense of it being a lot of people glued together and being a giant sprite like that. And, of course, having Almagus rather than Flare Wave. But it just feels like they basically said, you know what was pretty okay? Final Fantasy III. Let's just dust it off and see what we can make in this framework. And, you know, both these are still pretty good games. So. Isn't Check-On Forever Man, which actually threw a surprise final boss after the credits? Really? I was unaware of any games that ever did that, which would be pretty cool. Like, if I was going to guess any game would do that, God Hand would do that. Like, just partway through the credits, like, it just rips open. It's like, no, you gotta fight me now! Because that game did not take itself all that seriously. After all, I believe the first boss fight after you fight the weird gay muscle-building duo, you fight a bear in a luchador mask at a bus stop for no apparent reason. So, it just doesn't take itself that... Undertale, that's fair. But I was not tripped out by that in Undertale. There was not a surprise when I saw that coming. Like, I was pretty ready for that. Kid Icarus has a fake credit sequence. I guess DKC kind of does that, but like you know exactly who. What you have a pretty good idea that those aren't the actual credits. I don't know. I don't know. But what I do know is that I can do this now. It's been a long time since I've actually taken one of these off the list. But bam, there's one off the list. That still leaves 25 of them, but at least one's off the list. Oh, there's so many to go through. So many. But everyone's requests is one further up. There's still a lot to be done, but everyone's request is one further up now. Alright. I'm tired of looking at the end.